Are we 08? Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to your training, your Saturday training. My name is Carl Levon Custom. For those who don't know me out there in our virtual world, welcome as well. So we have Santa Cruz County fire and law enforcement entities and agencies that are with us remotely, and then we have the minimal number that's here in the classroom with us today. We appreciate everybody maintaining those rules of engagement for COVID-19. Those that are spread out in seating, maintain that facial coverings, and the presenters up here will take theirs off to present, but then they'll put theirs back on when they go to their seating in there. You guys, first and foremost, today has been made possible by some pretty wonderful people that knew and understood clearly what the potentials were up here. And when we put that request out for them to come and be with you, they came from all over the state to do that. And so the people that have been brought together today, incredibly credible and great backgrounds, specifically regarding the subject matter. They have experience that goes all the way back to the 1982 mudslides to as recent as Montecito, to give you an awareness level understanding of what the potentials are out there. And that's the most important thing for everyone to understand, that this is an awareness level class. By no means does this make anybody an expert, but this is just sharing information from lessons learned from people that have been out there that have had to navigate the same thing that you've navigated in the past and you will in the future. Like I said, when you get a chance to thank them and talk to them, you're going to have a lot of opportunity to be around them, and we built that into the program. As you know, this morning we're going to have the classroom presentation. We're going to take our lunch break from 12 to 1:30. So for those that are coming from outside Boulder Creek to be with us for the hands-on session, that'll start at 13:30 hours. And depending on the final number, we'll break you up into your teams, and it'll rotate you through hands-on stations. Even though this is an awareness class and you're getting a classroom presentation now, we want to give you some exposure to some of the tools and tips and tricks that we have used and others have used in the field to be successful when they are in these type of environments. Also, too, you've had a wonderful staff in there that has been cooking and taking care of you, both for the crew that set up for last night, which thank you, and for the crews today. Special thanks to Dave Dunning for being here till 12:30 last night to set up the AV for us so we could remote to everybody out there, and then to take care and archive this information so that we could share this for people in the future. So thank you again, Dave, for that. And then for those you don't know, Steve Schaubry is in there. He's maintaining the food unit group, and just like we did before, we will be presenting food, and when it comes to serving, we'll do our COVID-19 procedures for serving as well. From this point on, after lunch, we'll spread out for eating outside, just like we have set up. So you guys, like I said, welcome to Boulder Creek Fire Department, either virtually or here in person. Very special group. I'm going to introduce to you Fire Chief Mark Bingham. For those of you in the room, of course, you know Fire Chief Bingham, and then for those of you who are out there watching, I'm sure you've had an interaction with him, but my background with Chief Bingham goes also to his time when he worked over the hill at Moffett Field Fire and worked also with Task Force 3. So you have the benefit of having a fire chief that understands some of the responsibilities associated with special operations and the tremendous challenges associated with that work. So Chief Bingham's going to give you a current situation report on what's going on, talk a little bit about the ops, some of the stuff that the crews were doing last night. I could tell you just from my observation, your group has been working nonstop since this event, since the CZU event has happened. And he's been working very diligently with the partners that are out there. They're going to work together to kind of deal with the issues and solve those problems. So without further ado, Chief Bingham.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Mark Bingham. If you don't know me, welcome for coming to the training. I appreciate you guys attending, taking the time out of your busy shift schedules and or your daily lives, wherever you are off duty. We appreciate you attending. Anybody who makes it here later today, I hope that you bring back good knowledge that you can pass on to your department and extend that training so you can replicate it and continue to force multiply and expand what we're trying to do here at Boulder Creek. As you see on the screen here, and I was introduced earlier, I'm the Fire Chief of Boulder Creek Fire Protection District. A little bio about Boulder Creek is, we are 21 square miles. We have two major highways, Highway 9 and Highway 236, and we have a resident population of around 15,000 people. We recently, Boulder Creek Fire Department has 3 battalion chiefs, 5 captains, all total about 45 line, not counting myself and my admin. I'm the only full-time staff, and I do have an administrative assistant. We've done a lot with a little for many, many years, and we'll continue to do that in the future. And this is just one more example of how we work and what we do. And we take care of our own. So here we are, one more time, preparing, training, education, keeping people ready for the operational need that's going to come up that you're going to hear about later on, why we believe it's going to happen and the probability of it. So next slide, please. We just completed enduring a historic wildland fire in Santa Cruz County. This fire was the CCU Lightning Complex, and it burned over 86,000 acres. Several thousand acres were in Boulder Creek's fire district. We lost about 400 homes, residential homes, and all total over 1,400 structures were lost in the fire. This fire has displaced a lot of our residences and is still impacting the community today. People are not in their homes, or they're living in alternate housing situations on their properties. Businesses are still trying to recover from the time lost. Our people here at Boulder Creek Fire District put in almost 12,000 hours. So for volunteers to be away from their homes, to be away from their families, this not being their primary job, this being a secondary job, they put in a tremendous amount of work. Mutual aid agencies came from all over the state. Mutual aid agencies came from inside this county, and without you, we wouldn't have been successful as we were. We did go into unified command with CAL FIRE, this fire district, and other fire districts. And through that partnership, we were able to put the fire out in just over 30 days, I believe 36 days. Fire was deemed 100% contained. After that, it didn't end. We continued to deal with hotspots, calls for service, 20 calls a day for many weeks on end, where again, the same volunteers, same people with this being their secondary job or their third job, provided that service and continue to run those calls. And many of you folks that are watching out there, supported from your agency, being a volunteer agency or a paid agency, to assist us and give us little reliefs and breaks, and we appreciate that help. Next slide. Post-incident challenges. We here at Boulder Creek have a very good in-depth knowledge of our fire district. By knowing our district very well and then reevaluating the district after the CCU lightning fire, we have come to the conclusion that there are many already tight roads that are now even in worse condition. They're tighter. We have recovery efforts going on. We have debris and recovery debris from cleanup that's near our roadways, stacked up along the roadways, brush piles, telephone poles, boulders that haven't been cleaned up. There's a lot of devastation from the fire itself that we're still dealing with today. Post-incident challenges are also the fact that we have tiny houses and trailers being put all over in different locations on properties. Some of them not on their primary location where the foundation was originally where the house was built, but elsewhere on the property or neighboring properties. So one of the challenges is, how many people do we have back in the fire district in the burn scar area? Have they moved? And those challenges are being addressed right now. Working with our other local agencies, the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, the local CERT team, the other fire agencies in the county, we're trying to address all these issues. And hopefully we have some answers, or at least a better view before winter hits. Some of the post-incident challenges I mentioned earlier was about the time that our firefighters were spending during the fire. Is it still affecting them now? A lot of them burned vacation and leave and at their primary jobs and are now still struggling from that. So we thank anybody who's supported us and Next slide, please. I feel like Game of Thrones here. Winter is coming. So winter is upon us. Every year we have winter hit the Santa Cruz Mountains fairly strong. If you're from other areas and don't live here, you probably don't know we receive somewhere around 80 inches a year of rainfall. That's no wonder why somebody says we live in the rainforest here. It's no wonder why these big giant redwoods grow here. There's a lot of rain. We're used to what happens when the rain falls. We're used to annually having slip outs and trees across roads, wires and poles blocking our access from power poles or telecommunications poles. We're used to cars floating down the river. We're used to water rescues in the wintertime and using our assisting agencies to mitigate those hazards. Those are all normal things for us here. Mudslides in small micro chasms, not a big deal. What we're looking at here with the known winter challenges is there's been experts that have been canvassing the burn scar and traversing around the Santa Cruz Mountains, county geologists, state geologists, the state work team from CAL FIRE was provided. All these experts have come together and identified that there's a high potential of having mudslides, debris flows, mud flows, whatever you call them, this winter. Now, I'd love to say that this is a La Nina winter, and that sounds like, from a lot of the experts, if you just listen to the brush over of the weather person explaining it, that we're going to have a mild winter. But if you really listen deep and you ask a few more questions, you find out we're actually looking at an unstable La Nina. And what that means is that although we might have dry periods of winter, when we do get our wet, we're going to get torrential downpours, condensed rainfall accumulations. And we know what happens up here when that happens. We're going to have more slides, more wires down, more boulders in the roads, and more issues. On top of that, we have a lot of properties that haven't been cleaned up. Phase 2 hasn't been completed, and structures are still there. The foundations are there, the cars are in their driveways, they're in ravines. A lot of the residential debris is still on site, and there's nothing holding that residential debris from adding to what we're used to, that normal rain coming down the gullies, coming down the chimneys, plugging up the culverts. Now on top of that, we have additional debris. So the potential for us having a big weather event, having debris flows and needing mutual aid is great. And because of all these experts doing the homework, putting the research together and identifying these hazards, we are able to see the need that we needed training. We needed to make sure that we had an awareness level class and our people were educated and prepared, not just physically with knowing how to throw a rope bag, but also mentally, so that way it's not the first time you've seen a debris flow come down the mountain. You may have seen it in a video, you may have heard about it, we've talked about it. We know it's a real thing that can actually happen instead of the first time ever. Next slide. Thank you very much for coming and attending. We appreciate you joining us, and without your mutual aid support, we wouldn't have been as successful as we are or have been, and we continue to look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. You guys, what we're going to be doing right now is we're going to be showing you a video clip and a production of the Montecito event. And like I said, we're very fortunate to have two responders that worked that event. One that was pre-positioned from a local regional task force, a USAR asset. Eric Gray, you're going to get to talk later. And then Tim Howling that works out of Cal 3 up here in Northern California, that came down there with his human remains detection canine to respond to that. When you watch this video, you know, it's really important to kind of see there's never been an event, all the events we've ever responded to throughout the history of our program for the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Program. Remember, these are large-scale events that involve everybody. So you're going to see the sheriff's office, police department. You're going to see the fire department. You're going to see local county search and rescue teams, what we call state SUSAR teams, state regional teams, and then outside the federal government then could support that operation. So you're going to get to see an example of an all-out effort for an exceptional event. This videotape, for those of you who don't know what happened in Montecito, very similar to this. They had a significant wildland event. And then not only weeks later, they had a significant rainstorm. The details from the crew that was down there, we mean significant. It was what Chief Bingham mentioned. It was a concentrated amount of rain in the wrong spot, okay? They had that intel. They had the information just like we did, and they had people that did the same thing saying, look, there's this potential and this could happen, even to the point which prompted them to pre-position resources. But what you'll hear tonight from those resources, this was one of those events where even though they were pre-positioned and they have this outstanding training, what they experienced and what they went through was something exceptional. It was what Eric had mentioned to me, a lifetime event, and he's been on many, especially with his international deployments. So we're going to watch the video, and I'm going to introduce to you Eric and Tim after that. And so here we go.
The morning of the floods, I was working in the dispatch center. We had 9 people on. We had upstaffed just in case something did come of the storm. We started getting the first round of calls reporting the flame or flare that was being seen in the sky throughout Montecito.
The explosion happened and we saw the large 300-400 foot flames up in Montecito. And about that time, we started hearing radio traffic that the various fire engines were not able to get there because the road was blocked.
We were up at Q80 in Summerlin, the big hill in Summerlin. When the rain hit about 3:30 in the morning, when it got really heavy, I drove down the hill and it was blocked in every direction that I tried to go. The freeway, East Valley Road, Sheffield Drive, they were all blocked. My immediate concern was getting to the people that needed help.
California Highway Patrol officers had similar problems. 2 CHP officers were responding to a call of a structure fire when they unknowingly drove right into the path of the mudflow.
There is a very active mudslide coming down Olive Mill. It overtook our vehicle as we were heading north on Olive Mill. We were able to barely escape.
The rain cells just happened to focus on the main burn areas above Montecito.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Go! Go!
It was pretty intense. It was raining very, very hard. So hard that it was hard to see 10 feet in front of you when you're driving.
The flash flood's right there! Get out of here, go! Oh my God, Mom!
A little after 4, it was just nonstop for about a good 90 minutes plus of 911's alternate lines just ringing without any break.
Yes, I need help. Let's get to Isabel Lane.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Your phone's cutting in and out. What is going on at the address?
The house is about to be washed away. We need help.
And it was everything that you can imagine, from I'm trapped in my house but I'm safe to I'm stuck in the upstairs and it's flooded everything in my downstairs.
You need to come to our house. Our house is filled with mud. I have a newborn. I understand that. We're going to die. You have a 2-story house? Can you get up out of the...
No, it's 1 story.
Okay. All right, we do have your call, okay?
We'd be up to our necks in mud if we tried to get off our bed. I don't know if we're going to live.
Okay, we're trying to get you help, though, okay? Just get as high as you can.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
There was trees 2 to 3 feet in diameter, 20, 30 feet long, piled on the top of the road. So we were having a little frustrating time trying to get into the area.
Mike, get in the car! Mike, get in the car! Get in the car, Mike! Get in the car! Back up.
Some people said I'm here, but when guys got there said that house isn't here anymore, and realized that, yeah, they're still in their house, but their house had either moved from where the address marker was or wasn't a recognizable address from the mud just covering any signage.
Very infrequently do we deal with the amount of mud and debris that we had to deal with in this instance. Just logistically getting from point A to point B, it's 10 times harder than walking through 10 feet of snow. It's amazing how difficult it can be. Vehicles couldn't go through 8-10 feet of mud, so ultimately the search and rescue people as well as the fire people, they just had to hike through it, including the dogs that came there. And that's very taxing.
It was really scary. We have an 8-year-old in the house. You couldn't see anything for hours because it was so dark outside. Finally, the light started coming. We started seeing some help come.
The majority of debris flow that came down from the canyons brought along rocks and trees, and as it came down and hit the upper areas of the Montecito urban area, it started collecting a lot of additional debris, cars, One time I saw a refrigerator floating by. There were a lot of cars that had flown down, and so we were checking those cars to make sure there wasn't anybody in that. And then we came to the Oaks neighborhood. One of our members noticed a light blinking up in an attic of a house. And we went to investigate, and we made voice contact with the father of a family of 5 that had been trapped. At that point, we initiated a rescue, and we spent a couple hours in that neighborhood rescuing a couple dozen people from their houses.
What I call legitimate rescues, where people are hurt, and they would have been hurt further had they not been rescued, there was dozens.
The rescues included 14-year-old Lauren Canton, who'd been buried for hours in mud and debris and was pulled out by firefighters who heard her cries.
As far as just rescues of getting people out of the mud-infected area and getting them somewhere else, there was hundreds.
The Coast Guard responded almost immediately that morning as soon as the first light hit with their helicopters. In addition to the Coast Guard, we had our air support unit, which responded that morning as well with 2 Huey helicopters. We also had a Ventura County Sheriff's Office helicopter. So we had an incredible response in terms of initial rescue helicopters that made it to Santa Barbara.
It was surreal to see 6 or 7 helicopters all doing hoist rescues side by side. That's just not something that we trained for. It's not something I ever thought that I would see. It was probably as close to a Hurricane Katrina type rescue incident as we're probably going to see in this county. I think people who tried to get out of their homes and tried to get to safer ground quickly realized that as soon as they stepped in that mud, I mean, they were just engulfed in it. They couldn't get out of it. The helicopter was a very necessary tool for that morning.
Calls started coming in of bodies littering the various parts from basically the beach all the way up to Olive Mill and Hot Springs. And unfortunately, that is our job, and we had to be the ones to go and do body recovers.
There were people that were out walking around and trying to see what happened, which made doing rescues a little bit challenging. Well, obviously, we were trying to recover those that had passed, which took quite a bit of time. Most of the mud that I went through was probably close to waist deep, so it was pretty challenging, especially doing the recoveries. It was hard to get through the mud, and we tended to have to walk long distances because we couldn't necessarily get our cars through a lot of the portions, so we'd have to walk in. I've been doing this job a long time, and I guess going through my mind was we got to keep working, which we did.
Deputies worked around the clock to help determine who was accounted for and who was still missing. A family assistance center was set up to help families find their loved ones.
The highest priority right now really is the effort to find the 3 Montecito residents who are still missing. All of these people are missing from households where other family members have perished. Teams of search crews are actively searching areas where these victims may be in the hopes of finding them and providing closure to their agonized family members.
The coroner's office worked to identify and notify those who lost loved ones to this tragedy. In all, we lost presumably 23 members of our community from 2 years of age to 89 years old.
We've had search dogs on the team since the 1960s, and they've been instrumental in helping us search for people. These dogs are both what we call live subject finders, but also cadaver dogs, and look for people that are deceased. And we use them quite extensively during the debris flow. As far as team members, the dogs bring to us an ability to perform a skill that we can't do because of their sense of smell. I've been on searches that the dogs have found people both alive and deceased that we would never have found them.
Over the first week of the debris flow, we rescued countless people.
The armored vehicles were instrumental in saving lives and performing rescues. Your conventional vehicles could not get to where we needed to go. So by having those vehicles, we were able to do rescues and no doubt save lives in the end.
We were able to access 2-story balconies and rooftops and make evacuations through there. We evacuated chickens, dogs, roosters, I think a couple of goats at one point, and we're really able to help people get to where they needed to be.
In the aftermath, Montecito was left in shambles, prompting a massive cleanup effort. The 101 was completely covered with mud and was shut down in both directions for 12 days. Resources were brought in from near and far to help with the cleanup.
Escorting people in that for the first time they were seeing their houses that had been destroyed or damaged heavily, and some of them knew their house was destroyed, completely demolished, but it was their first time really seeing it, and that ended up being a pretty emotional event for everyone.
The threat's not gone away. The threat is still there, so the community has to be aware of it, not panicked or scared, but aware and prepared. The watershed is so damaged, it's going to take years before it actually gets healthy again and grows back to where it will be less likely to move.
And looking towards the future to prepare, I think the most important thing is for everybody that lives, in the potential affected areas to have a plan. Talk to your children if you have children. Have a communication plan with people outside the area so you can let them know that you're okay.
Know what you're going to do, and this should be thought of beforehand. Know what things you're going to take, medicines, glasses, documents, and part of that plan is know where you're going to go.
I've lived here and worked here for 20 years, so I call this home. Santa Barbara community in and of itself has really come together in this, in this tragedy. And it's unfortunate that it takes that, but it also shows the dedication, it shows the solitude of the people, it shows the willingness to help, our fellow community members. So it's pretty amazing.
That's what makes our community, is the ability to reach out and help those that either are in distress or they may not have as much. I've been fortunate to grow up in this community, and I've seen this year in, year out of others stepping up to help others, and that's just what makes Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara.
It's amazing to see the response and see how many people are getting involved, and it's not just the first responders anymore. It's seeing everyday citizens who have nothing to do with first responders or public safety wanting to do something to help out and help their fellow citizens in the area, and I think it's great.
And even though we're from different departments, the community of first responders, when we come together for these emergencies, we have very good communication from the fire departments or from police departments or from the highway patrol, and the minute we put those calls out, everyone responds. They knew what the mission was, and we all worked very well together.
It's something that's very interesting to be a part of, and all of the brothers and sisters I work with in the public safety community, it's great to see how well they come together despite the uniform.
The Sheriff's Office is a very spread out organization, very decentralized. We have a lot of functions that we do, but everybody had a piece of this in one way or another, both before and during and certainly subsequent to the event. People really stepped up and they really did what they had to do to protect our community, to respond to this awful situation, and then to assist people in the aftermath of it. And I've had countless people explain how appreciative they have been of our deputies and our support personnel in their empathy and in their compassion and in their assistance. And what makes me proud is that they've done this not just on a one-off basis on the day that it happened, but this has been a sustained effort over the course of weeks, and it will go into months. And we've never been tested that way before, but we certainly were tested this time, and I think rose to the occasion.
All right, you guys, I'm going to start introducing some of the instructors and guest speakers. It's a total pleasure and privilege for me to get to do this. You're going to have two presenters that are going to talk and speak to this event that responded to the Montecito debris and mudflow major event. The first person I'm going to introduce to you, Eric Gray. Eric Gray is a captain paramedic with Santa Barbara County Fire. Eric works also on what we call Cal 2. We have 28 urban search and rescue teams in the United States. These are highly trained, highly skilled teams that go out into these type of environments, in these situations. And a lot of those personnel also work for fire departments or law enforcement agencies and what we call their home agency. So Eric's home agency is Santa Barbara County Fire, but when Cal 2 goes out, and remember, out of the 28 teams, we have 2 international, one on the West Coast, which is LA County's team, which is a multi-agency team, Cal 2, and then Virginia 1, VA 1, so USA 1 and USA 2. Eric's assignments for his USAR background include some of the most major international ones: Nepal earthquake, in our response to aid them both with Virginia and Cal 2, and then the Japan tsunami. On top of his everyday assignments and working this, Eric was also one of the what we call pre-positioned resources that were put in play before the event happened. So the really good thing is, Eric, the shoes you're in right now are the shoes that Eric was in, knowing about it, being close to that as a home community, and he's going to speak to that because that'll be the first speaker. The second speaker that's going to come in is going to be Tim Howling. Tim works with Mountain View Fire Department, and he works there as an engineer medic and as an active captain. Also works for Cal 3, and both of these two on their USAR assignments they have their all risk. They do rescue, they can do medical, but their primary functions are search. So they're search specialists and they're canine specialists. They are some of the most exceptional, these two, some of the most exceptional canine handlers in the world right now. And I say that knowing what's out there. The training that they go through, both them and then the canines you're going to meet today that they brought are some of the finest out there. Tim came in as a resource dispatch from Northern California. Remember, we had resources that were there at the fire. Some of you, in fact, Nate, I'm not sure, I thought you told me that you were down there initially during the wildland, then we had resources go back to that event weeks later for this event. So they're going to co-present this. So you get to hear it from the first responders' perspective. You're going to hear it from someone coming in from the live find and immediate rescue responsibility to how things transition to recovery and doing that. So they'll kind of go through those phases of what they experienced, meaning recon, search, rescue, and medical, to transitioning into recovery operations. So it is a total pleasure and honor. The other thing about this, when I told them what was happening up here, everybody that's here is not being paid. They came up here, they came here to take care of you. They knew what you did. They knew what all the agencies did up here. Every agency that did what they did during the CZU event, everybody understood that they had their hands full and with limited resources. And those that have been through these events know at that time that this is what was coming up. So that offer to give us assistance was given to us during that event. And they are here right now following through on that. And the other part to this too is, and they'll speak to this, the mental well-being part that we're going to talk about throughout this event. This is part of that for them. It's part of all of us. In sharing those experiences that you have is more than helpful. They're here to help you, but in the end of it, it helps all of us because we get a chance to hopefully prevent things, hopefully educate the public, to get them out of harm's way, and to give us information that we need to protect ourselves as we engage in these operations. So you are really in wonderful hands, and without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Eric, which you're on the live mic, and Tim, I'll be handing you the hand mic here in a minute. So.
Cool. Thanks, Chief. I know I can speak for Tim. Thanks for having us. Wherever you are in your careers, you're going to go through events that will change how you train, engage, commit, levels of dedication, things that you thought were important and things that you don't. So this is not going to be easy for me to talk about because it's raw still. What I'm here today to give you some insights into the things that you will likely see, the things that you will likely be asked to do, and your commitment to this community is very awed by the fact that, and I'll talk to this a little bit later, but you live here, and the places that you're going to go and the things you're going to do and the things you're going to see are people that you know. I didn't have that piece on this day. I knew a lot of people who knew a lot of people there, but it wasn't my community, but this is yours. And so that's going to be something that I'm going to really touch on throughout the day. So as Chief said, pre-positioning assets, the powers that be knew that the burn scar from the Thomas fire had come in and denuded the hills behind Montecito. And they put a lot of pieces and parts in place in the event of, we knew there was a lot of rain coming. And so they brought a lot of RTFs and Swiftwater teams and mission-ready packages. They're called MRPs. National Guard was there. There was a lot of stuff that came to Santa Barbara and staged. And we went and we reconned, and that's something that was the day of. You guys have a real opportunity when you come here and you live here. That's your opportunity to do these recons. It doesn't have to be when you're here on shift. When you're driving around your communities, continue to look up and go, if this, then what? Where is it going? Where would I go if this? You have an opportunity, an amazing opportunity now to just really continue to take in every opportunity to go, okay, how do I think this is going to go? The rainfall amounts, depending on what site you look at, there's a radar array that showed that about a ½ inch of rain dropped in 5 minutes, really right over the Montecito burn scar. The NOAA folks said it was a once in a 100-year storm type thing. It just came and it parked itself right over Montecito, and in 20 minutes the cell was gone, but the damage was done. We were pre-positioned at Earl Warren Fairgrounds, which is in Santa Barbara, right on the border of Santa Barbara City and Goleta. The RTF had been split into 2 different locations. I was at the Earl Warren, sleeping in the truck with my dog, and I remember being woken around 10 till 3. The sound of the rain was deafening. It sounded like someone was dumping a gravel truck on the shell. And then I started hearing the vehicles start turning on, and we really didn't know what we were going to do. The vehicles were leaving. The initial response was for a structure fire. That's what set people in motion into Montecito. It wasn't a debris flow. There was a structure fire that had initiated this, but then they started hearing water and debris, so then we started mobilizing and moving that direction. Our first impact, we got into Montecito, went to a house, and the house wasn't damaged. We're just saying, okay, you need to evacuate. And the owners, and in Montecito, if you're not familiar, they're incredibly large homes. And the owner said, come let me show you something. And he pointed off in the darkness. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. The power's out. It's pouring rain. And he says there were 5 homes there. I'm like, that can't be right. There's looking, and you can see all the way across, you can see some flashlights, and he's like, there was 5 homes. And 5 Montecito homes are massive. And so I got together with my captain at the time, and he says, what do you think? I'm like, we can't engage here. This isn't it. This is not the place we need to. This thing's big. So let's see if we can get around whatever that is. And so we went as far as we could to the coast and came in up Olive Mill Road, where active rescue was already in place because we had a strike team of engines that were already pulling people from the mud. The first few hours until sunlight was, you'd hear voices and you'd go out and you'd get them. My job as a canine search handler isn't to actively engage in that. It's to go to where there aren't people, because that's where my work gets done. So I drove past the active rescues up into an area that I thought, okay, when the sun comes up, I'll have a better idea. The first day, when the sun came up, I was telling Tim this morning, or last night, that the sun came up and I was just about ready to launch Riley, my old partner, and I turned around and the chief pulled up. And his eyes were as big as ours, and he says, what do you think? I said, until we get air resources, we're not going to have an idea how big this thing is, because this thing's big. It's really big. And so the first day spoke to the stick-to-itiveness and engagement of what firemen do. There wasn't a lot of structure because it was so big. Communications are always an issue, trying to find resources, realizing, oh, this thing's big. And so we just engaged. Firefighters and USAR, or firefighters and SAR, SO, it was a collaborative effort to just get in to where these people were and get them out in any means necessary. Thinking back to that first day and some of the things that we did and some of the things that you will likely be faced with was we would be engaged in mud up to here, and then you'd hear over the radio, hey, there's another cell coming through. Well, LCES, I don't have an escape route. I have no place to go. I'm up this deep and there's this much mud as far as I can see. You're committed. And so that speaks to the level of commitment that you guys are going to have, because once you're in it, you're in it. Ideally, you might have some means to get out. There's going to be likely times where once you're in, you're going to commit until you can get yourselves out. So the first day was really just a lot of exemplary work, collaborative work with a lot of agencies to affect as many live rescues as possible. The rain cleared up, the sun came out, and then you got an idea of how expansive this thing was.
Okay, I'll jump in here. I'm Tim Helling again from Mountain View Fire Department. I want to thank my chief and my command staff for allowing me to be here, as well as Captain Grays. Before I start about day 2, one of the things that was happening during this time is Eric and I were texting each other because I'm seeing what's going on and I know I'm going to be needed. So as you guys sit here today, the people who are out there on the internet, one of the values of these kinds of trainings is getting to know people from other departments, networking, getting business cards, getting to know each other, because when this happens, and it's a when, we're going to rely on having that personal relationship that comes from knowing each other before and training. And so what we find as dog handlers, because typically we're the people who are out training the most and traveling to train and doing all that, is I could go all over the country and know somebody now as a dog handler. And that's been invaluable for places like Paradise, for the North Complex, for Montecito, of, hey, what do you got down there? When are we coming? What do we need to do? What's special about this? So I encourage everybody here in this room and everybody there, when you get here this afternoon, make sure you spend the time to talk to people outside of your department and get to build those personal relationships, because that's going to be huge when this actually happens. So as part of that, I was requested by California Task Force 7 out of Sacramento. They were providing a K9 MRP, which is a mission-ready package, to go down to Montecito. We got there, I think, the afternoon of day 2. And as we're coming in, we're getting intel. And one of the things was, well, most of the primary search is done. Absolutely incorrect. That was not true. So some of the intel you get is not going to be accurate. As we were getting there, we were hearing the live find work for the dogs was kind of tailing off. They may have a couple places where they can search, but this was really looking more like a recovery at this point. And that's kind of where we come in as dogs. So I don't know the experience here with people who have seen dogs work, but just in this room, what do you guys think the main point of having search dogs is? Anyone?
Cover a lot of ground.
Cover a lot of ground. So really, there is this misconception, not a misconception, but there's this idea that search dogs are there to find people, right? And I want to tweak your thinking about that. Think of it as a tool to decide where you're going to deploy your assets, right? In my opinion, the most valuable part of a search dog is not necessarily that we find people. That's terrific, that's great. But really, it's that we don't find people. We can clear an area, clear a pile, clear a debris flow and say, let's not spend time here, there's nobody here, whether it's a live find or human remains dog. So it is an asset allocation tool, right? So if there's nobody on that pile, let's not put people on the pile. Let's not hurt anybody. Let's not spend time there. There's somewhere else we need to go. So that's how I want people to start thinking about how to deploy the dogs. Not like, let's hope we find somebody. That's great. That's awesome. Very rarely does that happen. It is a tool to say, let's dig here or let's not dig here. So to that point, we're going to show you a little video of my dog George. What happened in Montecito is they had terrific channels You know, they get rain there. They have terrific channels to divert the rainwater and dump it in the ocean. And generally, that's what the debris flow followed. But there was so much, and it overflowed the banks. And where there were little bridges or people had walls around their house, which some of the places in Montecito did, you got strainers. So this is the search of a strainer. And the point of the search is not like, hey, there's somebody in there, we need to find out where they are in there. It was, do we need to spend time on this massive pile, or can we put it aside? So with that, this is my dog and George, searching.
Before we start that, can you clarify too, had live find gone through?
Oh, yeah, yep. So to back up, there in the FEMA system, you're a live find dog, meaning your dog only finds you if you're alive, or you're a human remains detection dog. So Captain Gray has a couple live find dogs. He had Riley at this time. Now he has Waffles, who you'll meet later. I have an HRD dog and a live find dog. So at this point, the live find dogs had come through here and cleared the pile and said, we're not getting the scent of anybody living. The dogs had some interesting body language, so they said, we probably want to run a cadaver dog over this. And so that's, my dog George is a human remains detection dog. You'll meet him later. And so this was, I believe, day 2. So in the background, you'll hear things like hissing. That's a gas main break that hadn't been secured yet. So that kind of stuff was still ongoing. This was really still developing. But the point of this is take a look at what is in here. You'll see trees, telephone poles, houses, mattresses, propane tanks, everything, and the kitchen sink. So we can go ahead and play that. Thank you. So Paulo asked, I had mentioned an MRP, a mission ready package. The FEMA system has gotten very good at wanting to go light and fast. So before we used to deploy a type 1 team, which is 70 plus people, 80 people now, 80,000 pounds of gear, moves really slow to get all that going. So this was 4 of us from Sacramento, all of us dog handlers. We actually had 2 live find dogs and 2 human remain detection dogs. So a mission ready package can be ordered for any sort of the specialties on a team. You could do canine search, you could do water, you can do communications. Each one could be ordered separately to augment a larger team. So we were going to augment a larger team because generally the RTFs, the regional task forces, don't have canines. So, and thanks to Captain Gray, who told them, bring the world, bring every dog you can, that resource order was placed and we were on our way.
What was your time frame, the time of request, the time you got down there actually?
It was about 12 hours, I think, from the time. So George is a Belgian Malinois. He was, I think, 5 years old at the time. But what this doesn't show you is it is slick and covered with mud.
Let's go.
Everything is covered with mud that's still wet. So this pile was about 100 yards long and probably 30 to 40 feet in places deep. One of the important differences, this video is about 3 minutes long. One of the important things to note is these are disaster trained dogs. So they're meant to work in this kind of environment, which is different than a wilderness dog. Wilderness dogs are terrific assets and you guys will have them here. They generally work out in the wilderness, in the forest. They can get over down trees, but once you get to a debris pile, this kind of is a different sort of dog. And this type of environment that they're working on is what we've trained them to do. I started out as a wilderness dog handler and I have a tremendous amount of respect for them. But a lot of dogs, once you get into this vertical environment, it becomes more about self-preservation than searching. So when we look for dogs, They are over-the-top drivey. They can work in this environment. And this dog is continuing, you can tell by his body language, actively search. You know, he's not out there trying to survive. He's out looking.
Go. Hey, wait. Go, get up there. Georgie, get up there. Go up. Nah, this way. Careful.
Just to dovetail on what Tim was saying, is there's currently no technology to replicate the nose of a dog. Over time, you're going to smell if it's a large, if it's a body, the necessity for a canine won't be needed, because you're just going to smell it and you'll be able to come delayer. But when you're moving through in an environment, in a time frame that's this early and new, is that the dog is going to be the tool of choice.
Up. Get up there, all the way. Up, go, go.
The dogs are trained one of two ways: active alert.
I don't know, buddy.
Or passive alert, which is not something we typically have. Because if the dog is a quarter mile away working, at least you now know what the dog's doing. So as the alert barking, it tells the handler, I've got something. Additionally, you can talk about it later, they're scent locators. They're not victim locators. They're telling you that I am smelling scent here, but where that scent is coming from then becomes the rescue delayering folks'
Get in there.
problem to solve. They're saying, I've got something here, and that body could be over there, but if I've got wind coming this way and there's a channel underneath and it's coming here, the dog's alerting here, he's right. It's just a matter of going and finding now where is the source.
So that video was at a real search, and it was an actual, turned out to be a find. As much as we love to see like the person's right underneath there, the truth of the matter was this person, we found them, let me back up. This allowed us to say this is a pile that we need to spend time on. So what came in after us was an excavator. This stuff wasn't going to be moved with chainsaws and hands. It was a giant excavator. And I believe it was Ventura County operator. And it took them about a day and a half to delayer. And we went back there a second time, and the second time we came back a day and a half later was when we actually found the victim. Where they were was about 25 feet down from where we were standing on that alert. So when you talk about a time saver, you know, that is a huge time saver. This is something that we need to spend time on, or we don't need to spend time on. So we knew we needed to take our time and delayer that, bring dogs back again. And to the credit of the excavator operator, who those guys never really get credit, he came within about 6 inches of the actual body with his claw, didn't tear it up, didn't touch it. The body was found pretty much intact. And George and I had a second alert, which I didn't video, a day and a half later, where we actually found the victim who was buried there.
Tim, Eric, real quick, can you also clarify that when we're dealing with live find, that if we get an alert, how do we confirm that versus the protocol for if it's an HR, if we get an alert, do we bring in another?
Right. No, that's a good question. Something to always keep in mind, and as handlers, it's as a good handler, you know this. They're a dog. They're not robots. They're incredibly well trained. But before I engage an entire rescue task force, let's make sure that my dog, who I believe is always right, is right. So we'll bring in, if my dog has an alert, we're going to bring in a second dog to validate it. And so you have a redundancy in the system to go, my dog alerted on this spot, live human scent. I'm going to take my dog away. We're going to bring another dog in. That dog doesn't know what that dog knows, and we're going to engage. If I still feel strongly, we'll say another dog comes in and doesn't alert, I'll probably bring in a third, because the dogs that we would deal with I haven't seen them make too many mistakes. Not that being said, that's why we have this redundant backup system. This could be the one time that he's alerting on who knows what. So there's a backup system. How they do in the HR, I don't know.
Yeah, so ideally, just as Captain Gray said, you do have a second dog. In the HRD world, so we're pretty resource limited. So Northern California has 3 FEMA certified HRD teams, just 3. There's about a dozen in the state. So we typically want to work in pairs, but we get split up oftentimes and work as singles. Or dog goes down and you don't have that secondary alert. So the FEMA teams, the USAR teams were built for an earthquake, really. Came after the 89 Loma Prieta. Chief could tell you the history about it a little more, but we were getting ready for the big one. So we've slowly added missions, and mudslides are one of those missions. So this victim survivability chart has been out there for a while. I personally have a problem with it. I don't think it's very accurate, and I think it suffers from the law of small numbers of survivors. So take it for what it's worth. But when you talk about 5 days survival in a mudslide, that's a different sort of profile. So this one is built for an earthquake where you typically have voids. Your mudslide's going to be a little bit different because you get different kind of debris flows. You get a really wet, soupy one, and it's more of a swift water kind of an issue, which is what Montecito was, very wet. And you're talking about engulfment versus entrapment. So you could have a really sort of I call it soup versus stone. If you have a bunch of stones come down, well, you got voids then. You have the chance of survivors. When you get, and we'll show you some pictures later on, the entire house filled with 3 feet of mud, if you're not, you could stand and look, and somebody better be looking back at you if there's going to be a living survivor in there. Otherwise, you can move on, right? So the survivability profile of a mudslide's much shorter than an earthquake. We also deal with things like hypothermia, right? Mud is super cold, whereas an earthquake, you have a chance for, depending on the weather, you could be in there for several days, up to a couple weeks. Okay. This is a place we want to kind of pause and talk about personal gear. You guys here in this room are going to be getting some great gear, and that's terrific. We kind of learned the hard way about what you need. So we talk about, and Captain Gray could jump in here. This is me with my hip waders. I loved my hip waders. They were great for me. People with rain gear, taping their boots. But think about this. I know in my department, a lot of people wear redbacks, the redback boots as their station boots.
Slippers.
Yeah, they're slippers, super comfortable, but not appropriate for something like this, because as soon as you step into the mud, you step out, your boot's gone. And you can't operate without a boot in this environment. So proper footwear, super important. Everything underneath the mud is trying to kill you, right? So just think about that. There's nails, there's nasty stuff, you need to be protected. If you go in with BDUs like what we normally wear in something soupy, decon becomes a really big problem. So we want to be dressed properly for this, and we want to make sure we let everybody else coming in know, hey, you're going to want waders, hip waders, dry suits, good rain gear, because it's going to be wet and cold, right? It's wet and cold outside right now. It's going to be super wet, super cold when this comes in the winter, and more than people realize.
Just to tell them that I can't emphasize enough, because this is going to be a completely new environment for you to be operating in. But this PPE is, unless you've been doing a lot of, well, does anyone here have a dry suit for any other reason than what you're going to get it for? It's not easy to walk in. It's not easy to operate in. There's a lot of soft areas that makes it vulnerable. So I cannot impress upon you more to get in it, to train in it, to get uncomfortable in it, because it's going to be uncomfortable. Figure out what works, figure out what doesn't. Do you need insoles? Do you not need insoles? What is going to make you successful, because the operational period that you're going to be in these things is going to be long. So that when you get this amazing pack of stuff, and you're looking at, wow, this is cool, go home, put it on, play with it, come here, figure out where you're going to be successful in it, and where are the downsides, because you can tear them, you can puncture them. Get used to them, get in them, train with them. You're not going to go into a structure fire with sort of your stuff on. treat this the same. You do not want to get into a situation where you've half done something because now you've got stuff coming in.
And part of what should happen is this mud should be tested. The stuff that you're going into is essentially a hazmat, right? So think of what comes out of people's houses. Everything you have in the house. Your septic, well, that's all coming down the hill too. All that fire debris, that's all a hazmat, right? And as dog handlers think about, we learned in Paradise, we had a couple dogs get injured because when rain falls on ash, what does it become? It essentially becomes lye, right? So corrosive. So we had to put dogs on the injured reserve because their paw pads got burned, right? They're working barefoot out there. So think about your skin. And if you are out there working in this stuff and you don't have good PPE and you get a leak and now you're exposed to all that, there are pathogens, there's C. diff, there's MRSA, there's all kinds of nasty stuff that's in there. And so being prepared ahead of time is key. And Montecito taught us that we did not have the right equipment. And I got lucky because I went with my BDUs and Task Force 7 happened to have a pair of hip waders for me. All right, so there's me and Georgie. In my left hand is a pole. And why would I have a pole? What do you guys think? Yeah, sounding, right? You got to sound as you go. It's just like being up on a roof. Because what's out there? What are the hazards that we think about, right? Everything. And in a fire environment, there's stump holes, there's the septic tanks, there's well coverings, there's manhole covers. There's basements. I don't know if you guys have pools here, but in Montecito, there are a lot of pools.
And the pools aren't necessarily in the backyard. We had guys going to pools in the front yard.
Yeah.
And you can't see them. We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that in a second. But it's almost more dangerous here because in Montecito, you're like, well, these guys have a pool. Like, this is a mansion. There's a pool somewhere. Here, you get a little bit more like, well, no, there's not that many pools up here, so what are the chances? So couple things you guys want to throw. The 6-foot PVC pole so you can kind of sound ahead of yourself.
With a cap.
With a cap. With a cap, so you're not coring samples every time. Big help.
So I took this photo, and one of the things we're going to get into a little bit later is utilizing Google Earth. I don't know how effective that'll be here because of the trees, but in Montecito it became essential that you looked at the before to look at what you're dealing with now. This house that was probably 30 yards, and it looked no different than anything else. So it becomes that level of engagement question. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? And what are the risks to get there? So I happened to bring it up, and I'm like, oh, there's a pool right just to this side of that rock. And that mud is only, well, it's probably a little deeper than that. But your path to travel is going to be predicated on hazards, right? So pay close attention to the whys of what you're doing, the level of engagement that you're going to be committing to, and figure out your path to travel in and out, and don't deviate from it. Because like you said, there's basements and septic and this and that, and down there was pools. And we had a number, two for sure. Thankfully, they were wearing PFDs or the dry suits that become, if you don't, they become like a balloon. But they went into pools because you didn't know they were there, and they didn't have any sounding equipment that first day.
One of the things we got and we learned is what's great, bringing up the Google Maps.
Yep.
And you're standing right here. What did this look like before?
Right.
And you go, oh yeah, there's that pool right there, or there was a house right there. Now it's not.
So, yeah. So Paulo mentioned Google Earth, Google View, Street View. These are tools that we didn't have 10 years ago, right? So use them. Use them for your safety. Use them for your advantage. Because if for no other reason, and you're like, I fell in a pool, no big deal. If a rescuer goes down everything stops. The entire operation stops until we get that rescuer out and fixed and figure out why. And that's where you have tactical pauses or stops, because we're not going to hurt people out here looking for people who are likely victims, not survivors, right? So be safe just to keep the operation going. Okay, so this is strainers is a word that comes from the swiftwater world. They are where people end up, where debris ends up. They're generally at a choke point. So in this case, this was one of those great water diversion channels that Montecito had. Well, they built a bridge over it so that they can get to the houses on the other side, right? Never thinking that we're going to try to fit, 12 houses and 14 cars through this. So you end up with a giant strainer, and this is after the water had receded. What you're left with is all the debris. So this is, George's alert would be, well, somewhere near the roof above this stuff. So that's where we start looking for our victims, right? So good collection point. It's a catchment. It's where, and in there you saw mattresses. There were cars that were collapsed to the size of one of these folding tables. So there's an immense pressure building up behind the strainer. Super dangerous in swift water that you end up in a strainer, but as searchers, this is a high probability area that needs to be checked. And the dogs are a terrific tool to check this without delayering for 4 days and searching every sort of bucketful. So the other hazard that we have on here, the strainers are dangerous for us, but the continuing weather, and Captain Gray mentioned that when you're out and you're chest deep and all of a sudden another cell comes over, you guys got to have lookouts, and you got to have somebody who's thinking sort of globally, wow, look up and look around. Hey, we're in a bad spot here. Let's pull back, let's wait 15 minutes and see what happens.
I don't know if it was an assigned position, but someone would come over the air and they were paying attention, very close attention to a radar and figuring out what, and then you come over there and it give you an opportunity. Like on the first day, that didn't matter, you were engaged. Past that, when you start getting into this recovery, it's slow and methodical and risk versus gain. And so if you've got a cell coming in 15 minutes, disengage. Let it go through and then re-engage.
I want to talk about this point here, what I call the washing machine effect. And this is something kind of specific to the human remain detection dog handlers. Is these people came out and traveled a little over a mile to where they ended up. So their houses were a mile away. They came out of their house through the debris flow and tumbled for a mile all the way down to where they end up. So when we found the people, remarkably intact, actually, surprisingly intact. But every time they tumble, every time they get hit by a rock, every time they get hit by a branch, they're leaving human scent for our human remains dogs. Now keep in mind, these are the same dogs that went up to Paradise, went up to the North Complex, and are being expected to alert on a little tiny bone. That's what we want from them. So as you bounce down for a mile, you're leaving scent for these dogs. So we would see these dogs have alerts all the way down. And as rescuers, the people who are not the dog handlers, be like, yeah, we got an alert, let's dig them out, let's find them. Super frustrating when they're not actually there, right? But the dog's not wrong. The dog's not wrong. They're right. It's just you got to understand they're finding every little bit. Now, the other thing that we run into, and we'll talk about this later, is there needs to be hand-in-hand coordination with law enforcement. And we've seen this a lot at the last couple events we went to, where there's some people who want to hold their cards really close of, here's where the people came out, here's their address, and here's where we found them. Well, that impedes us because we had a couple of addresses where we had multiple alerts over multiple days by the human remains dogs. Great, let's dig it out. Let's spend the time on that pile. Well, it turns out they had pulled a victim from there 2 days before and didn't tell anybody. Didn't mark it, didn't map it, didn't tell the fire side that, oh yeah, no, there was a body there. So people spent lots of energy, lots of repetition, lots of time on something that they didn't need to. So that coordination is going to be super important. And here is that spot. So what you end up seeing is you had dogs alerting in different spots in here, and they had pulled a person from the middle of that already. So that coordination with law enforcement is going to be super important when we talk about asset allocation. Do we want to spend time here or not? I want to talk about decon because, as I mentioned before, this stuff's pretty nasty. Like, it's not clean mud. It's all the motor oil from your car, all the gasoline, all your pesticides, rat poison, all that stuff. It's all in there. So the first couple days we did what we could. So that's literally me and my dog George in the ocean. I'm going to decon him out in the ocean because I know I can give him a good wash. We're cleaning in this one. This is actually across the street from the Montecito Inn. We found a working spigot and we were able to clean off that way. So as you talk about resource orders, decon has to be the top of your mind. Like, it's food, bathrooms, and decon all have to be coming, like from the get-go. So this is the photo that you see there is actually that pile where George alerted. That's during the delayering process, and that's a Ventura County excavator picking pieces, having people look at the pieces, and they did a fantastic job. Those heavy equipment operators are going to be your best friends because really we are a small piece in the puzzle. The heavy equipment operators are the ones who are going to really take this apart and do a big amount of the work. This is about coordination, though. So pre-planning with law enforcement and the other agencies that you're going to be working with is going to be incredibly important for both the smoothness of the operation and making sure there's none of that law enforcement fire stuff, right? So that includes trying to get law enforcement and fire on the same schedule so we could get a coordinated IAP. You need to coordinate the mapping with victim locations of where they came from and where they were located, and that needs to be shared with the searchers. That's not information that needs to be held closely. Understand that confidentiality is very important, but so is the safety of our rescuers, where we don't need to spend time in certain areas if we know that there's nothing there. And one thing that came out of Montecito and was further reinforced in Paradise is there's a position that doesn't really exist, but putting it in the IAP and putting it in overhead is just a good idea. And that's the canine overhead manager. We call it dog ops sometimes. And that's a person that has experience both with wilderness dogs and FEMA dogs who can decide what the prioritization of the sites are. So what we find is we get multiple RTFs, multiple task forces, and they rightfully want to hold their asset, right? So, hey, we got these canines over here. We're going to keep them in our zone, in our division. We don't want to share them, right? Because it's a valuable asset. There's not a lot of them. And you get these sort of feudal fights of who's got the possession of the dogs. That canine overhead spot removes that. And that canine overhead spot gets to see across the divisions on what the priority needs to be in terms of likelihood of victims.
And so, just to add to that, the prioritization is important. The other thing is that there's a limited amount of gas in the tank for these dogs. They will go, go, go. We have to pull them and go, okay, there's a work rest period that's essential for us, and there's a work rest period that's essential for the dogs. What this position that doesn't exist, but we become kind of that facilitator, we'll get a call to say, hey, I need you to come over to such a 123 Pine Street, and I go over there and look. We make the decision on, are we going to engage the dog? It's the same thing. Am I going to engage you? Well, do I need to engage the dog or not? Because let's talk about what you're seeing, and then I'll tell you about the efficacy of the dog or not. Because what happens is as you get further into these events, frustrations go up because you're not finding a lot of things, so you're looking for all the tools that can help you. Well, there's dogs here. Let's get the dogs over here. Well, there's a limited amount of time and work that you're going to get out of those too. And so just keep that in mind, that when you're asking for a dog, you might get someone that shows up and says, let me see what you're seeing. And we may or may not say, this isn't a dog thing. And just understand that it's just a piece of, they're a tool to use in the right situation at the right time for the right reasons.
All right, so this is not going to affect you guys too much because you likely are not doing the resource ordering. However, this is some of the things that you should expect to see. Regional task forces, local heavies. So local heavies probably will be your first one showing up, right? Everybody knows how mutual aid here works. So county to county mutual aid means that you could have these local heavies from Santa Clara County, from Monterey County, from San Mateo County showing up within, I don't know, 6 hours maybe 4, maybe less. The immediate need, yeah, they're a couple hours they could be here. So those are staffed, they are ready to go, they're ready to roll right now. So you're gonna get local heavies first. And those are basically big toolboxes. So this is a heavy rescue here. Next, you might get some RTFs, regional task forces. Those are 29, 30-person teams. They're a USAR specific team. They come with more tools and equipment, more abilities than the local heavies, a little bit larger and with an overhead element. That's the Long Beach RTF vehicle. It's a semi-truck. So that's when you start having to think about how do we get them in here. You guys are in the unique position of you could have some access issues, right? Montecito, you could send things up and down 101 all day long. Semis are great there. Semis may not be great here. Your Swiftwater resources are going to be really important at the start or pre-positioned. But as this thing sort of sets up, you got this viscosity kind of discussion. Is this wet or is this boulders? High clearance vehicles. Can't emphasize that enough. We couldn't drive a lot of vehicles through this stuff. They would get stuck. So high clearance vehicles, and those come from the National Guard. Some of the Type 3s work. The Sheriff's Office, you saw some of the Sheriff's Office vehicles in the video. You're going to need those just to move around, just to move resources and people around. UTVs, lately those have really proved invaluable. I know Santa Barbara got some side-by-sides after this event. We used them a ton up at the North Complex. You're going to be seeing more and more. So ahead of time, it's important for the overhead guys to know, hey, which departments locally have UTVs that they can bring right now? I know Mountain View has ours, and that would be something we would plan to bring to a mud flow or a debris flow event. Talk about drones. Drones, new technology, right? You may not be able to fly a helicopter because when does this happen? Bad weather, right? Bad weather causes this event. We don't always get the bad weather, and in Montecito where you have $1 million homes, it becomes beautiful 12 hours later and you can fly. Here, it's going to be nasty weather, and it could be nasty weather for days. That helicopter option may not be available to you when the drone option is. That gives you that high level, what are we working with, how big is this slide? So that's the drones. Your excavators, backhoes, dozers, that's stuff that you guys have up here, or we understand you have. But you need to order it. It comes on big flatbeds, and access, again, is going to be the issue. And then all your loaders, dump trucks, all that stuff. So if you guys remember, what is a cubic foot of cement weigh? Yeah, I know that Carl taught you this. 150 pounds. 150 pounds. And we know what a cubic foot of mud weighs.
A lot.
It's about 108 pounds. About 108 pounds. So this stuff is heavy, 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 and it's sloppy. So you load up these dump trucks, and they got to go somewhere, right? They're going to go probably down the hill or to the ocean. But you're going to need those resources because without them, you're not getting into access some of this stuff.
How are we doing on time?
Good.
Okay, good.
Okay. So this is another picture. I don't know. I really like this excavator, but this was that strainer. So this is as they start delayering what you get, and George's find was somewhere right around here. So this is them afterwards going back and us checking to see if there was more people in there. So you're going to do that by hand? No, that's all heavy equipment, folks, and most valuable tool that you're going to have.
Hey, Tim, real quick too, I want to back up because there in Southern California, you had extensive assets, air assets for rotor wing.
Right.
And was that used?
Extensively. That first morning, in fact, it's there's a video that I can send you as an after-action review from Long Beach, and it spoke to the level of air operations that showed up. So Santa Barbara County has 2 aircraft both hoist capable. They flew. The Coast Guard flew. I think they might have sent 2, and Ventura County, I believe, might have sent as well. And had those resources not been available, accessing people. Now, these people that were being hoisted, they're sitting on their roof. So we'll call them safe-ish. They still need to be brought out. If we didn't have those resources, it would have taken a much longer period of time. The issue that you're going to have here is that hoist cables are only so long, and you've got these really big trees. And so I don't know the efficacy of that piece in this arena. If and when you ask for a helicopter, get a hoist that's as long as they can get. So they were essential in getting people in completely shut off areas that were on their roofs out and away. But much like Tim said, if they can't fly, then they're not an option for you.
Yeah. Helicopter's a great tool, and there's no departments here that have helicopters with the exception of CAL FIRE and operating nearby, right? So Santa Barbara County is a different story, different tax base.
You can request them.
So your heavy equipment, folks, super important. Now, this is very close, within about 20 feet of where you saw that live person pulled out. So we pull a live person out of there. What do we think? That's a high likely area where we need to look for other people. So before they could get the heavy equipment, they're trying to dig by hand there. I took this picture because we ran George immediately after, and he ended up alerting somewhere over there. And then about 10 feet below that, a day later, we found another person.
I was just off camera when they pulled the girl out. So I was over there as they were pulling her out. So as soon as they pulled her out, I ran my guy. Because again, this is happening at 4 o'clock in the morning. If there's one, there's more. So they pulled her out, and as soon as they got her, we call it letting the pile, well, you let the pile chill out a little bit so that whatever scent is there, it's only going to be from whatever's still there. So if I put you 3 on a pile, right now I'm putting scent where I'm at. Put scent. I let you guys come off, let the pile relax a little bit, so whatever's there is only there. And so as soon as they pulled her out, they got her around the corner. I waited about 5 minutes and I ran Riley on it. He showed, it was actually really, really cool because it was the first real time where I've had a legitimate person be pulled out, and he showed interest, which he should because it was a warm hole. That person had been there for a couple of hours. He showed interest, didn't alert. It tells me, okay, this is not, we're done with this. If you can delayer it, you can bring in an HR dog, but it isn't a priority at this point.
So this goes to the recovery part of the mission, and in the history of FEMA, we've always been a rescue organization. We're out to find live people, but through some events, including 9/11, the Columbia disaster, Haiti, the recovery of victims has become equally important, and it's sort of part of the mission. I don't want to say mission creep, but one of the new missions that we can do. So, live person profile on this. They're going to be looking at you and talking, right? If they're down underneath there, they're not going to be surviving it, right? So the question is, judging this, can you look through this room and say it's clear of victims? Absolutely not. Impossible, right? So anybody who's gone on an elderly person in their bathroom knows they fall between the toilet and the shower, right? Down flat. So as you look at these, there's George climbing on a bathroom counter, and you could see the mud is up to the toilet level. Can somebody be in there and down? For sure, for sure. So some of the things, that's one of the parts that's hard. Do you want to slog in there and post hole with your PVC pipe, hoping you maybe hit something soft? Well, there's a lot of soft stuff in there. Cushions feel a lot like people underneath mud. So consider that. A dog could be a tool for you there. This is the Montecito Inn. Montecito Inn has underground parking, and that is just a giant catchment for all this mud. So we had a couple floors of mud-filled underground parking. Could people be there? For sure, right? For sure. They could either come down from the slide, or they could be guests trying to get in their car and get the heck out of there. So
something to that, just to dovetail, because it speaks to, this whole area was covered in mud. There's only so many Georges. So what was then happening is that you would set up bobcats and front loaders, and this is where the emotional, mental piece comes, that nobody, when you signed the dotted line to do this, this wasn't one of the things you ever thought you'd do, is where you'd have to be the person watching the mud get dumped into a truck, and your job is to see if there's any bodies in it, and that will go on for hours. That doesn't leave you. So understand the strengths and limitations of the dog, but then it's going to become how you are going to play a part in making sure that no one's left behind, and it's not a fun job. I'll just tell you now.
It's terrible. And again, this is all nasty, nasty water. And just back to this, knowing your sort of first due area, you guys are going to be invaluable as the first people on scene, but also to pass information to those who are coming behind you. So Long Beach had sort of the very western end of this slide, the part that hit the ocean. Well, there was a really nice sort of apartment complex there, and they showed up. They thought they were pretty good, and 2 days later they realized what looked like flat was actually an entrance to an underground garage, right? So what could be in there? People trying to get out, getting in their cars, and bodies that float down there. So them not being local and not having any locals to talk to, they thought that they didn't have that sort of underground parking problem. But you guys can direct us about, hey, this place has this issue, this place has that issue, and that's important for you to pass along. All right, so I actually changed a couple pictures here. There's a little bit of a mental challenge here. As USAR people, we're taught that we search structures, right? We're built for the collapsed sort of concrete tilt-up building. That's what FEMA's been kind of designed around. This event is not that. So we get drawn to like, hey, let's go search. We're searching the house. We're searching the building. Well, most people were found outside of buildings. And that's important to think about, because there were victims that were out there that hundreds of people walked past for several days and nobody realized, well, that's a person.
And when he says walk by, like right there, not under anything, right there.
Yep.
And countless people walk by this one for days.
So there is a mental part to this that you've seen either in your job here, you've seen deceased people. On TV, you've seen deceased people, but they don't look like that when they're covered in mud. And what happens is when we clear streets, we have 2 feet of mud, the bulldozers come in so we can get access, and they push. And they could get pushed into hedges, they could get pushed into front yards. And so the mental part is they could be anywhere. So you have to be constantly searching. There's a flip side to that. When we went to Paradise, there were 2,000 people missing the day we showed up. Now we know that there ended up being, I think, 85 people who perished there, but we had 2,000 reported missing. So the mental part of that is every time you enter a house, you're expecting to find somebody in there. You have the mindset that there's 2,000 people missing. There's probably somebody in this house that died. So you start finding things that may not be people, that look like people, and we had a ton of reported bones that were not human. So it kind of works both ways. You have to have the mindset that in a mudslide, it's not necessarily the structure that we're looking at. They could be anywhere.
So also, can you clarify too, for the dogs, to let the crew know about when they're finding other than human remains, like animal remains, will they alert? Same thing with live find HR?
Yeah, we do as much as we can to expose the dogs to the things that they would run into. Wild live animals, we want to make sure that they'll pay attention, but not obviously take off and chase after them. When we were on the North Complex, there was a lot of wild or livestock that were dead, so I took every opportunity to take waffles And it's a mental slide for the dog. And what I see is, what's the dog going to do? Body language. Is it still? Does it want to eat it? Does it defecate? Does it urinate? I want to put slides in his head that I can see in my head. And so body language is going to be a big piece of what we do. And when the dogs come in, and we'll talk about that at the station later, but your job for us when we do bring dogs in is you're going to be actively involved in the search operation in the sense of we let the dogs go, search, and the dog's gone. Well, we're going to put lookouts, and it's going to be you. So we're going to be relying on you to say, hey, the dog was doing all this stuff over here, but then he did something different here, and I want to know that. You may not have a clue what you saw, but if he did something different over here, I need to know that. So when they run onto dead animals, they should change. We will do a 360 usually to get a sense of, okay, hey, there's a pig there, there's a sheep over there. But the dog should act differently in the presence of dead or decaying things if he's a live fine dog. We expose them to cadaver material. Again, same thing. I want to know what the dog's going to do because he's going to run over a house not knowing that there's a body in it, but I need to know that when that body language changes, I'm going to say, hey, you know what, he did something different. Let's get something else in here.
So this is that expectation part. And the brain has slides. And the problem is you may not have this slide in your slide deck. And that's really what we're trying to do today, is put this slide in your slide deck. They don't look like what you think they're going to look like. And that's based on your past experiences with death, what you've seen in TV and movies. So just keep that in mind. In terms of the dogs, Eric and I work closely together. We know each other's strengths. We know what our dogs do. You guys are going to have dogs from all over here. It's not going to be just FEMA dogs. So one thing we ran into up in Paradise was we were asking the dogs to do a very different skill. And everybody wants, when this happens, everybody's going to want to be there because they want to be a helper. They've been training for years to be a helper. They want to be part of this. And sometimes the event outpaces the capabilities of the canine. So if I were to take George and place him on a 200-acre search, that might not be his thing. If he was to go to a water search in Yosemite where we're doing, 100,000 cubic feet per minute, may not be his thing. This is George's thing. So when you have wilderness responders come here, this is not something that they've been training for. And so when we went to Paradise, we had some dogs that really focused on this. But do you know the number of dogs that focus on tiny bones or cremated humans in California, or the United States for that matter? There's about 10, and that's it. And the rest of us are trying to help as much as we can, but it's not something that we generally really focus on. So when your wilderness handlers get here, they're great dogs, they're great people, they really want to help, but you need to have that conversation about what's your dog's strengths and weaknesses. Does he find live? Does he find dead? Or does that dog find both? Because there are dogs that are cross-trained out there in the wilderness world, which is great for wilderness. It doesn't help us so much here. So keep that in mind that everybody wants to help. They have the best of intentions, but their tool may not be the right tool for the job. Not every dog is the same, and it's really environment specific. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to bring up just another case study here. This is sort of the canine education part of the presentation. We had a cliff collapse in San Francisco. This mound here that you see came off that cliff and engulfed two people. One of them was buried to the waist, and she was pulled out immediately by passerbys. Her partner was buried. So San Francisco Fire had search dogs on staff, ready to go. They were searching within 40 minutes. Live find dogs, just like Waffles and like my dog Charlie. Those dogs gave no indications. The live find dogs didn't bark, no alerts or anything. I got there with George about 3 hours later, along with a couple other cadaver dogs. And 3 hours later, the HRD dogs were alerting. So that's sort of the scientific part of this. We don't know, and we don't have proof, and we haven't done the tests. We don't know how to do the tests of when you die, when do you stop smelling like you're alive, and when do you start smelling like you're dead? And there's people who try to guess an answer of why. The truth is nobody really knows. Could be your breath, could be little tiny amoebas in you are starting to eat your body right now. Nobody knows. So from what I've seen, the best sort of real world example is this one, that within 40 minutes, you're not alive, right? The live find dogs are not alerting. Within 3 hours, the HRD dogs are alerting. So when this event happens here, we've always said first we run live find dogs, and 7 to 9 days later, we'll run the HRD dogs over the same thing. They could really be working at the same time. And if you have a good handler, they could report back to you, yeah, my HRD dog hit here. We'll flag this and we'll go delayer it when we have the proper resources and we can prioritize it as such.
Search markings. So this is going to be a major component of your when this happens and when homes are moved from where they were and partially destroyed. Search markings and data collection are going to become essential, and you will become search marking experts because of the necessity to make sure that every building has a marking on it. I want to emphasize early and often, proficiency isn't, no one's expecting you to remember this stuff. We all of us carry sheets to remember. There's a clip, there's a clip from when I was in Japan where the person looked back and said, was it a this or a this? Because it's just one piece of what we do. So the search markings are going to tell a story from people coming through to know who came, what time, what did they find, what did they do, and what do they need. You have a great system now that the chief put together. You have stickers before we would do marking. So this was VNC RTF7 January 10th.
Here's a sticker.
I don't know, it says 110. I think that's, I don't know what that, 110. No hazards, no victims. And so everyone's going to have, there's going to be a table today where we're going to go over this. And come game day when this thing happens, it's okay and it's essential that this is done correctly, because you'll see in some other slides where don't make stuff up, because it makes sense to you as you're doing it, but in the world of responders on this level, there's a recipe, and the recipe needs to be followed with what goes into these pieces and parts.
So just high level here, how many kinds of of markings are there? How do we classify them? Anybody done this kind of stuff before? So there's really three that they fall into. There's the building markings, the search markings, and the victim markings. So think of it as you would actually approach a scene. There's the building markings. What state is this building in? Is it safe to enter? Is it slightly hazardous? Is it pretty hazardous, or is it completely destroyed? Those are building markings. Those are the box ones.
And we'll show those to you.
We'll show those to you. Then there's the search markings. All right, we've assessed the building. Now we're going to actually do our work. We're going to make our search markings, and we'll cover this here, and we're going to cover it in our station later. So now you're in the building. Now you find somebody. How do you mark that? Those are the victim markings, and those are super important too. So we're going to cover all those things. There's three categories: building markings, search markings, and victim markings. And a lot of people forget, and they focus on that sort of search marking, but you got to do all three of them properly. And this is one where there's nothing more frustrating than having to go back and research a property because somebody did not properly mark what a search was, or if they completed it, or what the hazards were, or what they found.
And it's never intentional. Let me make sure, being competent at this is, we do it so infrequently. I mean, how many deployments have we gone on? Not many. How many have you done? Well, none. So this is why keeping cheater sheets in your web gear to know, okay, it's this way, and it does all this stuff. I bring this one up. We'll talk about the one. Both are from Montecito. The one on the right, it's hard to see, but you see the painting with the spray paint. But if you can look past the spray paint, that very first day, a marking was done in mud. So efforts were being made. Good effort was being made to put things. Well, what it showed was that V would suggest that there was a victim there, and the line through it says they were taken away. Well, the person who did it, because he hadn't had a lot of experience, and this was the morning of, it meant to him there's no victim. I can see, you can see why that error would have been made. So what happened was then we came back with canines, cadaver canines, because we're like, well, no one shows that there's anyone here, no reports of anyone, so we brought cadaver dogs back in and then cleared it appropriately. The one on the left speaks to another thing where you've got so many resources in, everyone puts something down. And I won't even go into all the pieces and parts of that, but again, these people are making huge efforts. They just need to clean up what they're putting down, because you can't see it down there, but there's a box and there's like 5 X's in it. I don't know what that means. And that's the thing, is it should tell a story. When someone comes up and goes, okay, it was this, there's a hazard, there's rats, there's a sub-basement, and it tells a story and you move on, where these guys, whoever they were making things because it made sense to them. And so, again, I implore you, when it comes time for you to be doing these things, just pull out the resources that you're going to get and just stay in that lane.
And if you, some of the discussions you will have when this happens is, what does that mean when you say a search is complete? Does that mean you've searched for live people? Does that mean you've run a canine over it? Does that mean, what does that mean? What is a completed search? And those are sort of the rules of engagement that can be figured out today, this week, before we go. When do we put that second cross on there and say, we're done with this place, let's move on, we're never coming back? Should be talked about now. And what invariably happens is that you have several different agencies on scene, and RTF 12 may say this search is not complete until we have Waffles run it, so we're going to put that 1 slash. And you have a local heavy says, well, no, we walked this whole thing and we didn't see anybody, so we're done. Well, there still could be deceased humans in there, so that still needs to be searched. So as an overhead, sort of, we need to talk about this. What is a completed search? This is our expectation of what a completed search is ahead of time. Because we'll figure it out on the ground. And what you find is Search Team 1 and Search Team 2 have talked about it, and they came to different conclusions.
And just before, it's not the end of the world if this isn't done. We're going to make mistakes. I guarantee they're not always going to be right. It's just going to add time to the operation. That's it. Because someone's going to come back and go, oh, man, what did they mean by that? So we're going to bring another squad in and complete it and know that it's done, because there's another slide in there that it had on the other direction. Yeah, it said, so over here, it's a hazard. Well, this is Paradise. Canine, well, nothing survived that. Well, what it was, my guess is, because I got sent to this, was that they wanted a canine. They wanted it to be searched. And this was a varsity squad team. Like, this was
the pros.
These are the pros. We make mistakes. So, but once I got there, I thought, and then I went and looked around. I'm like, what they meant was they wanted a cadaver dog on this. But that's the hazard side. So we're like, what do you mean canine?
To me, that's like a vicious dog.
Yeah, there's a dog here, and I should be concerned about it when there was nothing in Paradise.
So this is important, because in Katrina, on the 19th day, we went tasked out to do a secondary in a neighborhood that was marked. Let me see. This is super important. In Katrina, we had gone to an area that was a secondary. Buildings already marked. Easy to say it's already been done. So this is a super important part to know what rules of engagement. We knew clearly on that day that we were doing a thorough secondary, even though the buildings were marked. So this is the part that ops will clarify with the AHJ, with everybody going out there, what that means. Because we knew that during that primary, they had difficult access to those buildings. And it was a thorough search by one of our teams that found the last survivor on that 19th day in an attic, doing a thorough secondary search of a building that had these markings on it that said completed. So this is that part that is super important to know, that we're going to clarify this because there's so many different ways that could be the right way of doing it, so long as everyone is on the same page. These guys are going to talk about this importance of data collection to match the breadcrumb trail you're leaving out there, so that when people can come in here and view this up, they could say, hey, this was the assets that were assigned to this. They're not trained. This is what they did. They completed their level of search, but because of the people they're still missing, we want to go in with a higher level to conduct still a primary or secondary at that level.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the thing, is that when this happens, and you could be doing markings before we get here, well, if you have no canines to call it done, that wouldn't be okay.
To the extent you could do this ahead of time, super helpful. Put it in the IAP. This is what completed means to us.
Yeah. It's not done unless it's this.
This one is one that I did, and this was right after, well, not right after. This was the San Bruno pipeline explosion, and we had just started using the stickers after Katrina, right? So we didn't want to damage things anymore. We didn't want to spray paint everything. Well, these houses are gone, so it really doesn't matter. But we wanted to use the stickers just to sort of build those habits, and we're learning. So I put a POD, probability of detection, 60% chance that my dog would have found what we're looking for in there. That was when I had a cross-trained wilderness dog. We don't really do that anymore. So these evolve. Every event you go to, the sticker's going to evolve. And what we want to do is build a unified, this is what completed means. So when we went to the North Complex this summer, what happened? Well, we had an RTF from LA down there. And when we went to the areas, they had their beautiful green stickers with matching green spray paint, which looks really cool, by the way. Highly suggest it. And they had completed searches. Well, we know that our mission tasking was not to be searching structures. It was to remove hazards, pull roofs from burned houses, knock down chimneys. So we know they didn't search, but for them, they were talking to each other, to the other groups within the RTF, that this one's done. So we need to know that, so that if we now are assigned to like an LA RTF, when it says that their search is done, well, they didn't mean their search is done. They meant that they completed the project according to what was asked of them. So these stickers can mean different things at different places. And within groups at the same event, it needs to mean the same thing.
Agency having jurisdiction, so we ran into this in Texas. So Katrina, you look at the videos, you look at everything, there's no one thing with the markings and stuff is the agency having jurisdiction, whoever's in charge, they're going to dictate this. We ran into this at Harvey. So Katrina, you saw the pictures, you saw the video, tons of marking everywhere. We went to Texas. They said no markings. Do not put anything on any buildings. Basically what it came down to is they didn't want that stigma and that video and the news footage showing all these buildings with markings. So we were just GPSing it. We had our GPS and we were marking it. Yep, this one's clear. Yep, this one's clear. But no identification on the building. They didn't want nothing. So just keep that in mind. If you go somewhere else, they might do that.
All right. So to the extent that this could be done ahead of time, and the reason why I bring it up is because when we went to the North Complex, it goes beyond just what is a completed search. FEMA has standard icons, right? Standard iconology. So when you have your GPS unit or your Survey 123 or your Avenza or your disaster survey, that doesn't matter the program you're using. The iconology is the same. And in these are wildcards. So they're highlighted in yellow here what the wildcards are. That means we're FEMA. We don't know what we're going to. We need to have a few symbols that could mean whatever we need it to mean for that incident. So in Paradise, on day 6 or 7, we finally standardized what those wildcards were, because Team 1, icon number 22 could mean they found animal bones. Team 3, icon number 22 meant that they found human bones. And so each one of those marks needed to be reviewed by somebody. If we standardize them, somebody back at the base can say, oh, they found human bones. 23 is human bones for everybody. When we got to the North Complex, me being a big dummy, I forgot that lesson, right? I don't know. Paradise was a year ago, 2 years ago. Like, I forgot. So we got out of the van at our very first house, and boom, animal bones. And they said, what do we market? And they're like, oh, let's just pick 22. Well, we had LA somewhere else who could choose 24 for that same one. So right from the start, it's like, I'll stop. Everybody get on the same page. Let me pull up this iconology, standard iconology from Paradise, and let's share it among all the search teams. So for day one, we're on the same page of how we're marking. There's no reason why that can't be done today, right now, and that page put in your IAP, so you have none of that problem. Because if you really want to get frustration, be at 3 in the morning with the GIS guys saying, well, what did this person mean here? Now we have to go back there the next day. Pre-planning. All right, so a couple things. This is going to happen in the rain, right? It's going to be wet. Those stickers are awesome. You get a little bit of rain on them and they start peeling off. So some tack hammers, right? I know when we went to Paradise, I think you went out to Home Depot and bought a half dozen of them. So super important. We talked about what constitutes a complete or incomplete search. If the house is gone, these stickers are so that we don't ruin somebody's beautiful paint job on a house that's still standing. If the house is gone, spray paint it big so you can see it from the street. And eventually you're gonna run out of tags. Like even in Paradise, we had boxes of tags, but you pass, 100 to this search team, 100 to that search team, you run out eventually. So you're gonna have to know how to do it with the tags. You're gonna have to know how to do it with spray paint. Again, North Complex, we had the same thing. What constitutes a complete or incomplete search? People would spray paint the dirt. So we had some volunteers coming up and they wanted to mark, but they didn't want to mark the pretty redwood tree. So they tried to spray paint the dirt driveway, and it's like, that's pointless. So let's be smart about that. I like coordinating the spray paint and the sticker color. I like matching. I'm sorry. And what we did on light day 3 is we figured out, okay, there's more that needs to be told than just what we can say on the sticker. So we had flagging tape. CAL FIRE's great at using flagging tape, but we designated a meaning for our flagging tape. A white flag meant heavy rescue needs to come in and do work here. So it's our way to sort of direct them into a place that no longer has an address, right? So use your flagging tape too. Rules of engagement. There's a lot of people in the North Complex, which was up near Lake Orville in Butte County. I suspect there's a lot of people here where you guys live that don't want you on their property. Never wanted you on their property, doesn't like government, live out here for a reason.
And let me add to this because it was an experience. Government, period. Fire, you're government. So don't think because you're not law enforcement that you somehow get a pass. There was a situation down there where a guy came out with a gun as guys were trying to pick up hose, get off my property. Fireman, gun. So don't overvalue who and what you are on someone's private property, because what they see, what they feel, and what they're committed to may be very different than what your mission's gonna be. So be able to go, no problem. And mark it down, 123 Pine Street, no go.
And that's totally fine. Your safety.
That's okay.
Your safety is fine. So rules of engagement for lot gates. There's long driveways in some of these places. We had long driveways in Butte County. And if there's a lot gate in front, I can walk around it because the fence is melted or burned. Do I want to be doing that? Is it worth it? Am I to go do that? What am I accomplishing? So setting out the rules of engagement from the start about locked gates, and if it's locked, what's the iconology for it? Because it is something that we'll have to come back to some point down the road. And the last point here is marijuana grows and illegal activity. So we had one task force in the Butte complex that we were at this year who were at briefing, and maybe there was a sheriff's officer there who made an offhanded comment when they said, hey, there's a lot of marijuana grows out here. Do you want us to mark those? And the sheriff said, yeah, sure. That'd be great. And so in realizing 90% of the homes had a marijuana grow. So all of a sudden you have all this data that has nothing to do with search, and frankly, nobody really cares. It's California, nobody really cares. That is useless and takes up time to do. So Are you marking things that other people want? I don't think you should. I don't think that's our mission, but your rules of engagement should state what they want to do with that kind of information.
Let's keep moving in about 6 minutes. Okay. He talked about this. It's already been predetermined here that disaster surveyor is going to be your go-to, much like the PPE become beyond, especially with that. The disaster surveyor, your data collection is going to open and close your event. Not having a real working knowledge of that is irresponsible at this point. That is going to open and shut your deal. We've talked about the icons, having a GIS expert show up. You've got a fair amount of mapping that you have access to. Again, this is your backyard, so that's a huge deal. You know where these canyons and these ravines are going to be going. Law enforcement, we're missing from. Again, that's going to be a thing where those relationships are important. Hopefully you're going to have in place a system that where they're going to get alerted, who's ever signed up for a text that says, hey, this is coming, and who's going to be staying. That's huge. That gives you an opportunity to know, okay, in this canyon we've got 1, in this canyon we've got 50, we're going to focus our efforts on canyon 50.
And finally, knowing the resources that are coming, many of the RTFs don't have iPads yet, so if you're going to call an RTF and you're going to expect them to do mapping, you're going to have to provide them with a little bit of help. All right, again, maps, just really quickly, the first maps we got in Montecito were the flood maps, and they turned out to be super accurate. So this was the main flow, and that basically is what happened. A little bit wider, but remarkably accurate. So you can start getting on that stuff now. We talked about universal iconology. In here we have building markings are the first 4. Then we talk about some of the things that could have happened, whether you assisted somebody to get out, if you evacuated somebody, blah, 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 all the way down to these wild cards down here, which we agreed what these yellow ones were ahead of time. You could choose what you want. Just make sure everybody knows. Okay, this is just briefly, the overall mission has been sort of evolving. We went to Paradise, and frankly, the size of it overwhelmed everybody. We had volunteer searchers, we had urban search and rescue professionals, we had law enforcement, we had sort of a bit of a mess because of the size. They've taken the lessons from that, and when we went to Butte this year, it's a little bit different. They sent USAR out a couple days ahead of the volunteer searchers to make the areas safe, using our rescue folks to actually do rescue type stuff of breaking things and moving things. And then the volunteer searchers came in behind. So slightly different mission profile. This is not going to really apply to you guys on the ground, but there's just other considerations. Pre-positioning is going to be huge. If you evacuate everybody, if nobody's here, there's no emergency. If nobody's here, there's no emergency. Pre-planning your exit routes and your contingent travel plans. Know your resources that are out there, right? Local versus RTF versus FEMA. Consider REMS teams. REMS teams in the wilderness world have been really sort of one of the up and coming things. They come generally with UTVs, rope work, lightweight, can travel fast. You're going to need to warm people who are now evacuated, right? They're going to need Red Cross. They're going to need a place to go. We talked about hazmat and decon. And we're doing this in the middle of a pandemic. So consider what would happen if somebody comes here, one of your other RTFs, and on day 6, they come down with COVID. Things are going to get shut down, like shut down. So your COVID concerns are going to be huge this year. Housing and feeding, it's a small town here. Where are you going to put, I don't know, 500 plus people? And how do you secure the area? Day of, what you guys should expect. If you guys have never been to a disaster, the pre-planning really helps, but you're going to have some chaos. There's going to be some figuring it out. And as firefighters, what we do best is work through chaos and make decisions about go, no go. Expect to wait. You're going to have to mind your frustrations, because when you're sitting here and you know there's work to be done and you're waiting for that map to be printed, it's super frustrating, but you got to wait. Take care of your body. So that means you got to eat, you got to drink, and you got to sleep. And you got to take care of your body, because if you do this, we can go for 3 days, but it comes at a cost. Sleep when you can and as often as you can. Keep in mind what is your responsibility, not your responsibility. If you're a searcher, you don't need to be in there helping people with maps if they don't need maps. Go to sleep. you guys are going to become leaders, whether you want to or not. So with the mindset of, hey, I'm going to look around, and if nobody else is the leader, then I'm the leader, and I'm going to take lead. Be the calm professional for the public. People are going to look to you, and this is going to be the worst day of their lives. They're going to lose everything, and you are going to be the first person they see. And you got to know the cavalry is coming, but you're going to be alone for a while. We want to talk about mental health, and we're going to touch on this a little bit later, but these things have an effect. Like, if you ask my wife, I'm not the same. Like, these things will profoundly affect you. There are things you're going to see that nobody should have to see. They're terrible. And you may be cool when it happens, and you may walk out of here and go, yeah, I'm fine, that didn't really bother me. But give it 6 months, or give it a year, and it starts to come back. The Paradise Fire, man, that messed me up, man. I am not the same person after seeing Paradise. It was awful. I never want to go to another city burned. And it seems like it's happening every year. And it's awful. It has a profound mental effect on you.
Can I get 1 minute real quick on that? Yep. So I can't agree more with Tim. And one of the things that people have asked myself, and I'm sure Tim, and in your line of work here in this community, people ask, how is it you do what you do? How do you see the things that you do that you see and it doesn't affect you? And I think, I look at you who live in this community. I can step back and we talk about my defensible space. In Santa Barbara County, we have defensible space. You've got to have X number of feet between you and grass. And my defensible space is I come to your house and I don't know you. I have a bag of tools and a lot of training, and I'm engaged with you for a small amount of time and I leave. And that's my defensible space. I'm not emotionally connected to anyone. You don't have that buffer. And so please, please keep in mind that as you continue in your careers, take care of each other. Know that when these things happen, and something as significant as this, but even as you look at it as a backpack, and every time you go on a call, a rock goes in your backpack. And you don't pay too much attention because it's just one little rock. Well, at some point, there's going to be a breakover point, and that backpack's going to be too heavy. Let someone know that that backpack needs to be taken off. So take care of your people. No one is above asking for help. Look to the left and right, in front and back of you. These are the people you're going to work with for the rest of your careers. We've lost too many people in law enforcement and in fire. Not from dying on doing heroic things in mudslides and on fires or killing themselves. And that's got to stop, and it starts here. So look around. These are your community. Know that when you're going to be going to 123 Pine Street, you know that it's his house. That's a big deal. So, I mean, I could go on and on, but be mindful of the cumulative effects of the careers that you've chosen and how it's going to affect not only you personally, professionally, and just how you are. So,
yeah, and I started in the dry years when we didn't have any deployments, and so my first couple deployments, I was like, hell yeah, we're doing this. I'm going out the door. I've been training for this for years. Now when the call comes, there's a moment of like, then the excitement comes. But there is that effect. If you don't think this is a real thing, we lost somebody at Task Force 3, committed suicide after the Paradise Fire. It's real. It's somebody we wouldn't expect, who had everything going for him. And I got the call as the acting captain in my first due to go to that shooting. Okay? So this is real. The aftermath and your mental health is as important as the pre-planning. As much time needs to be spent after as it does before, because this is not something you guys want to carry. And this is not the 1980s. It's not the 1990s. Nobody is tough. We all need the mental health help. So ask for it. Seriously, it's no big deal. Go talk to a therapist. I talked to a therapist.
I'll give you my number.
Big deal.
I've got all the peer counseling training.
Yeah.
It's easy because you don't know me, and it's often easier to unload on someone who you don't. But if you feel more comfortable talking to someone you do, find someone and let them know, hey man, or whatever, I need to talk to you.
Yeah, I talked to a therapist. I'm proud to say that. It's important for my health. It's as important as working out. Don't be afraid. Therapists are no big deal.
Even more important for these guys, you guys live there. More than likely, you guys are responsible for being better. Like, you people live in my house. So that makes it even that much more big problem.
So I don't know if we have time for a question or two, Chief.
Let's do this. You're going to be able to talk with them one-on-one, both at breaks and lunch. We have an hour and a half lunch and at their workstation. So for those questions direct like that, let's do that there. It's a perfect opportunity to do that. Cool. You guys, you obviously know why they were invited to be here with us today, and just that presentation alone is worth everybody being here and those that are online. You guys, big round for our team. You guys, let me give you the schedule. What's going to happen right now, but first order of business, Tim. This is a question for you that came in from Ian and Aptos. Wants to know if he said the camera's either crooked or your mustache is. So, I know, Ian. Thank you for your thoughtful question. Ian also is a Boulder Creek volunteer firefighter, which tells us he's paying attention. So, but you guys, like I said, from this point right now, we're going to take a break. Want you to come back at 10:15. So stretch your legs. We are off the air. See you in 10:15.
Almost everything you said, I got in my field.
Good. Well, again, it's just reinforced. It's the same stuff. You just got to hear it again.
I can't hit. We can't hit hard enough on the metal part of it.
No.
So my question is in the fire.
All right, everybody. Hey, welcome back. It's another pleasure and privilege to introduce our next presenter, Paulo Brito. Paulo Brito works with San Jose Fire Department. Paulo Brito is assigned to their Type 1 USAR. It's a full-time staffed unit. He's not just a part of that group there, but he's also one of the primary instructors and program managers. So he's very involved in the equipment. He's very involved in the training of their personnel at all levels, from the awareness level to operations level to the technician level. Paulo is also one of California Task Force 3's rescue team managers. So Paulo is one of our operations, would be our operations section chief, one of our primary operations personnel that integrates with the local authority having jurisdictions, operations personnel to come up with the best game plan for that resource allocation. Paulo is going to be presenting a small segment on water and on water safety. And remember, this is from an awareness point of view. This is going to be a very brief introduction to it, but at least it's going to expose you to what to consider when you're working around that water. We have that here, especially in the wintertime. And then he'll be working with you as a hands-on station from that. So without further ado, you guys are in outstanding hands and company with Paulo Brito. Paulo.
Thanks, Carl. Hey guys, good morning. So like Carl said, my thing here is to basically do a quick water rescue awareness. We'll go over some throwback stuff outside that we're going to do a little bit later, hands-on. But I just kind of want to put the awareness thing in your guys' mind. You guys are going to be getting some new PPE, some new equipment that Carl's going to be going over, and I'll show you a few slides of that stuff and kind of lessons learned. For me, I'm coming down here. Mark, Carl asked me, and I was more than happy, knowing that I'm a very close resource, staffed USAR resource, that 100% likely if something happens here, we're going to be one of the first resources here. So I came here to help you guys, but more so to learn from you guys and what we're going to need here. So I'm already gotten information. I'm making a list that I'm going to take back to my department and to our USAR program supervisor and basically go, hey, look, this is what they've got. This is what we're going to need to take if we go there. We've got a couple of those 6-wheel drive side-by-sides. We've got a lumber truck with lumber that we're going to be bringing because we know we're going to need it, and you guys are going to see that later. So I'm learning as much from this as you guys are to take back, to do that pre-planting, to plant that seed and to get things ready. I know that Tim's doing the same thing with Mountain View because they've got some of the same resources. And so we're already pre-planning for you guys to come down here because it's not a matter of if, it's just when, like Tim said. So water rescue awareness. Anybody here been through water rescue class? Perfect. What level? Like first responder level? I mean, operations, swimming? All right, perfect. Great. So some of this stuff might be reviewed. So again, just like any of our stuff we do, it comes from NFPA, comes from OSHA. They kind of guide us with what we have to follow. This video, it's from Albuquerque, as you guys can see. Where the water's coming from is going to be upstream. Where it's going is going to be downstream. They strung a rope across this thing because it was a kid. I also want you guys to pay attention. Police officers, rope up there, it's twisted. That splashing you see over on the other side, that's the kid holding on to the rope. So we're going to talk about upstream spotters, downstream safety. This is why you need an upstream spotter. You need somebody to go, hey, something's coming and it's going to hit somebody. If you see that kid stands up right there a couple times, that is not very deep. It is just fast moving water. And you're going to see he's going to go through a tunnel. They never call but they didn't have some things in place. They didn't have the upstream spotters, like I said. They didn't have the downstream safeties. One of the things with the throw bags you guys are going to get today is we're going to do some exercises, and your expectation is that if there is flowing, and this mud's flowing fast or water's flowing fast, is you're going to be posted downstream on each side, and hey, if anybody's coming down, you're going to throw that rope to them. You're their safety. You're the last piece of safety to it. The other thing they did wrong is they basically put this rope across the water flow. So 90 degrees to the water flow. So water's flowing like this, they put the rope across. What naturally is going to happen if somebody grabs that rope? It's going to go into a V, right, and it's just going to pull you into the middle of the river. So one of the things you'll see on another slide here is anytime you put a rope across moving water, 45 degrees to the current flow. Not the sides of your river or where the water's flowing, but where the current is flowing, 45 degrees. You do that, that person's going to slide right down to one side or the other, depending on where you put it from. So this is the Albuquerque thing. No PPE. Everybody that was standing there had no PPE on. The rope was 90 degrees. No upstream spotters, no downstream safeties. Anytime we're within 10 feet of the water, within our department, and it's also through NFPA, you're supposed to have a personal protection flotation device, some type of PFD on, at a minimum. At a minimum. So we need to change our thoughts on some of this stuff. So water rescues, vehicles trapped in floodwaters, they're not a public assist. Some people think, oh, we're just going to go walk out to that vehicle and get that person out of the vehicle. You saw what happened in Texas when they tried to do that, right? Pre-plan, take a look, make sure you're following the steps. If it's too hazard, call in the people that are trained. I think it's Ben Lohman that's got the water rescue team, right? What's their time frame to get up here when you guys call for them? You know, 30 minutes? So that's something to think ahead, right? Hey, you get dispatched, you got a vehicle stuck in the water, get them going, right? I'm sure that they're just like us, get us going. You don't want us, turn us around. Hey, cool, we went for a little drive, right? Water rescues are very dynamic. Mud flows are very dynamic. It starts off slow, and all of a sudden it creeps up, and all of a sudden you've got this big wall of mud or big wall of water coming straight at you. And then there's actually 6 steps that we're going to talk about to follow through to get to the water stuff. And there's no single way, right? Everybody knows there's no single way to tackle any of these rescues, any of this stuff. So we keep killing ourselves. Water rescue, at least in San Jose, we practice high angle rescue, we practice trench rescue, confined space rescue. Water rescue is one of those things that's hard to practice because we don't have a lot of moving water in San Jose, especially during the good months, right? During the winter, we get some through there. But my point being with that is that we don't have trench rescues every year. We don't do confined space every year. Every year we have some kind of a water rescue in San Jose, whether it be a flood, whether it be something in one of our creeks and rivers. Every year it's guaranteed. So it's kind of that high risk, you know, low frequency event. That's the ones that get us. So this is exactly what it is. Again, Arizona firefighter, same thing, died trying to go out to a vehicle. Those 2 guys in Texas got lucky. This is another incident that happened. They're basically firefighter searching. Firefighter gets in trouble, ends up dying. So awareness level. What is our intent from this awareness level? It is going to have a manipulative component of it, which is going to be a throw bag, which is a basic water rescue training. But our main thing is we want to capture your scene size up, what I have, what can you do while you're waiting for these teams to arrive, right? One of the things we put in place in San Jose, and I'm going to share with Mark, is that we've got these swift water rescue or water rescue action steps. And we made them for all our engine companies and truck companies. So when they show up on scene and they haven't been on a water rescue in 3 or 4 years, they can pull this thing out and go, oh, this is the first thing I do. Oh, this is the second thing I do. Oh, this is the third thing I do, before those resources are getting in there so nobody gets hurt, right? Operational level, that would be the next level. Now we're talking about folks that can get into the water and start functioning on some rescues and stuff, right? This is all out of NFPA. There's the awareness, operational, and technical level, right? We can do shore-based stuff. We can do boat stuff. There's these aspects of it. And in the technician level, that's the guys you're going to get from Ben Lomond, San Jose. This is the ones that are going to be dealing with those higher risk, higher stuff. So when you're assigning resources for incidents out here, and you've got multiple incidents, this is where, as the IC operations, you're going to have to decide where we want to send those expert folks, right? Hey, we've got a couple different water rescues going on, but I think we can handle this one with some basic level. But this one, we need a typed water rescue team or so forth, right? And this is where we go back to the 10 feet of water. So our rule, anybody within 10 feet of water, PFD on, no turnouts, no structure helmet. I'm going to show you a video with guys in turnouts here in a little bit in water. That was one of the biggest things we had with the floods that we've had, is we watch guys walking out in the floods with their turnouts. Everybody likes to wear their turnouts at night. Bad idea. No PFDs. The big bucket helmets that are just going to get caught in the flow, right? Don't do it. Wild end gear is fine. You guys are going to get issued some stuff that you guys are going to be able to wear, so just keep that in mind. So like I said, we're going to cover some awareness, and then it's just to give you that little taste of what to expect and what to do. Planning, incident management. This is what we were just talking about, right? Where do you guys know where your high hazard areas are? So you know where you can pre-position, you know where those pieces are going to be, so you can pre-position your teams in those different areas, right? So that's what we're doing now with this class. This class Carl put together. We're pre-planning for those incidents that we know are going to happen. Any potential for future problems. History of past problems. We know that we've had water rescues in this one area all the time. I know in San Jose we've got an area of the Guadalupe where a lot of transients, where they call them unhoused now, camp, and every year that's where we always have rescues. We know that. So we've already kind of pre-planned those areas. Gather that information, the location, those access maps, stuff that Tim was talking about. Last known portion. Where did they see this person go into the water? How fast is that water flowing? Can we time it that person goes in the water here, in an hour they'll be at Ben Lomond or whatever it takes, and go, hey, they're coming your way. So that's the stuff we need to communicate out, right, that we're going to need to know. And then what equipment and training are we going to need? Are we going to need a Type 1 team here with their boats, their equipment, or can we handle this ourselves? So some assignments. So we talked about some of this stuff, right? So flow's coming down from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen, right? Anytime we're talking about flow, rivers, mud, it's also going through a channel. It's going to clarify a lot of things, because a lot of people, especially when we come here, like me right now, I'm turned around a little bit. I'm not exactly 100% sure where north is at, but if I see water flowing this way, I know what upstream is all the time. I know what downstream is all the time. If I'm looking downstream and the water's flowing from the front of the room to the back of the room, this is always going to be river right. This is always going to be river left. I always know that. It doesn't matter which direction the river's flowing. It doesn't change. So terminology-wise, it's going to be important to get that terminology and remember that, right? Because teams coming in are always the north-south. Doesn't work, right? Because the rivers do this. So anytime you're talking about a flow, mud flow, coming through a channel, coming through a river, it's always river right, river left, downstream, upstream. Your upstream spotters, remember that couch that was flowing down the river? Those are the folks that are going to be pre-positioned, however many, wherever you determine upstream, depending on the speed of the water. Faster the water is going, the further upstream I'm going to put my spotters, because it's going to take less time from that debris to get from here to here, especially if I have folks working in the water. And their thing is going to be, hey, look, there is a big tree trunk coming at you right now. Just get out of the water. So we'll pull everybody out, let that tree trunk or that stuff come flying by, and then now we'll go back in and engage. That way we're not getting taken out by that stuff. We always have a backup. Safety officer. We always got somebody that's safety that's overseeing the whole incident. And then we've got our downstream spotters. Here they're using an inflatable hose as a safety. So we'll string that across at a 45 degree, and if I come floating down, I can always grab onto that hose, and now I can get myself to shore. And then our downstream safety with the rope bag, which is what we're going to be practicing today, is that kind of a position. We just talked about this, some river right, river left. There's strainers. You're going to hear eddies. You're going to hear pillows. Basically, if you see the water, the strainers is what we want to avoid at all costs. You get stuck in those, you're pretty much done. The other stuff doesn't really pertain, but just remember the strainers. A little bit more terminology, right? So water's flowing, coming from this side now, from left to right. Object underneath the water, you're going to be able to see it if it's underneath the water, right? It's going to cause this boil line, what they call a boil line, and it causes a recirculation in there. You'll see it when you're watching anybody go to the rapids and stuff. And always on the other side of rocks, right, you'll see a bunch of white water and it's just kind of mixing there. That's where you get caught, and you got, they call it a washing machine. You're just going to keep getting turned around and turned around and turned around and turned around there. But if the water is not flowing over the rock, you're going to get this nice little pillow, and on the other side of the rock, there's what's called an eddy. And it's basically a little safe zone. So the water there kind of goes the reverse of wherever the river is going, because it's coming back in the, and that's kind of like for us in water rescue, when we're out there and in the river and we start getting tired, I'll look for those and I'll pull into those, and I can actually rest there and just sit there while the water's rushing by and stuff's rushing by. And, all right, I'm ready to engage, and I can get back out into the current again. I'm just telling you. Yes, for sure. But the stuff is that if you fall in, right, so that's part of this too, right, is you want to be able to be safe if you fall in, right? So that's kind of what we're trying to cover, some of this stuff. Some current features, any flow, anything like that, the middle is always going to be the fastest. The sides are going to be the slowest, just because they've got friction that's working against them as this thing's going down the channel, whatever it is. So just keep that laminar flow kind of thing in mind, that sides are slower, middle's always faster. Again, size up, hazards, utilities, electric, natural gas, gasoline, any of that stuff that's coming down, hazmat. The force of that flowing water is very deceptive too in the muds, and we'll see a slide about that in a second. But this water is crappy. It's crappy, crappy water. It's going to be crappy, crappy mud. We've already discussed some decon stuff. With San Jose, with our floods that we had in 2017, we didn't have enough PPE for the folks that we had on scene that were trained to go do the flood rescues. So some of the guys ended up using wetsuits. Those guys ended up getting rashes. Some of them had, for like weeks, that they had rashes and stuff that they just got from being in contact with that water. So that's another piece to just kind of keep in mind. Current flow, let's see. Anybody drive through water? Right? So this is something that we need to keep in mind, is that if you can't see the road, water is moving and it's deeper than 6 inches, don't go through it. It's just a hazard. Roads get washed out, stuff gets washed out, and you can't see it. Just after a flood goes through, water goes through, you're going to get holes, right? You're going to delay response. So this is where we talked about force of water. So just kind of keep in mind and just kind of look at those numbers. So 3 miles an hour, that's about walking speed, right? Maybe a little bit more. 33 pounds of force. Now this is about this much water, and it gets bigger, like proportionately bigger and more force. So you're not going to be able to stand there. You might see water going by at 6 miles an hour and go, oh yeah, I can go walk out there waist deep. Nope, not going to happen. You're going to get taken down, you're going to get taken out. During the summer, you get about 1 to 2 miles in some of these rivers and stuff. During the winters, big flow, 10 to 15 miles an hour. That is fast moving, a lot of moving water. You're talking about a lot of cubic feet per minute. This is the one I was talking about with the turnouts. Again, no PFDs. This is just a stream that's going through. I saw some of these look just like this up when we were driving around yesterday. Stream going through houses. So these guys got caught up in it and got swept away, and they're trying. There's a little bridge that goes into a culvert that this guy got stuck on that they're trying to pull out right now. He's a firefighter. Wearing turnouts. Nobody there's wearing a PFD. Everybody's standing in the water. How many people are pulling on him? He basically went underneath the little bridge that they're standing on right there, and everything's just pushing them this way. Get the obligatory cop in there. He's got to get in there and help out with his gun belt. He survived, but again, just people slip. You can slip in. That's why we say no turnouts, no turnouts, no turnouts. So PPE, just different types of flotation stuff. Not really important. I think you guys are kind of getting the orange kind of Coast Guard style. Is that what they're getting, Carl? The CMC, yep, non-entry shore-based stuff. But Coast Guard just rates it in different types of stuff. That's all you just need to know is there's different types of PFDs out there. You guys will be familiar with yours, and yours will probably fall into the either type 3 or the type 5 category, more than likely. Just different styles of the brands that are out there. Gloves, boots, fins you guys aren't going to get at this time. Knives and whistles. Gets very noisy out there, especially with currents and everything. Radios aren't always waterproof. So whistles are very important. There's a whistling thing, you can look it up. There's like 1 whistle is look at me, 2 whistles look upstream, 3 whistles look downstream, and then 4 whistles is help. I don't know, are you guys getting knives for all the vests?
So right now it's going to be whistles, PFDs, and then if they're on a low angle, they'll be on a rope access system.
Okay, so the good thing about the knives, and the reason why we carry the knives is if you do throw a throw bag or somebody throws a throw bag and it gets wrapped around you, somebody can come and cut it if they need to, right? So that's kind of what the intent of the knife is there, so it doesn't drag me or drag somewhere else. So something you guys might want to think about. Wetsuit versus dry suit. In this environment, dry suit. Dry suit or waders, you guys are going to be getting some waders too. I've got my own feeling about the waders and not about the waders. Waders are good if the mud is like hard and you're kind of walking through the mud. If it's really soft mud and you sink and you go past your waders, now your waders are full of mud and you've basically contaminated yourself. So, or you fall in the water, now your waders are full of water and you've contaminated yourself. And it's a lot of weight to try to move around, right? You're stuck. Helmets, there's water rescue helmets. You guys are all getting the Team Windy helmets. That's what we have in San Jose. We want 1 helmet for everything. Works great. They're nice helmets. Rescue boards, it's just something we use in the swift water world. Throw bags. So you guys are going to be getting issued throw bags. They come in 50 to 75 feet. Usually they're 3/8, and they're just designed basically to be able to throw out. They'll float on the water. You hold one end, bring it back in. When we go out there, we'll do some exercises where part of the when you go through the class for water rescue, you got to do 2 throws in 20 seconds. And we'll walk through that out there and give you guys some techniques to throw them, recoil the ropes, and then throw out again. So steps. You guys are in that top world right up there. Can be done from shore with proper PPE. Talk, reach, throw. Hey, can you walk over to me, right? Can I reach out with a pike pole? Can I reach out with a ladder? Can I reach out with a long stick or something and pull somebody in? Or can I throw them a rope? Anything besides that, now you're getting into that operational and technician level where the teams that come in are going to help out. So you guys live in that talk, reach, throw world right there. So talk, right? The one thing to be careful about this is if somebody's stuck on an island, though, and they've got this fast-moving water, you don't want to talk them through that, right? So that's a different environment. So, but if I'm out in the middle of the water and I'm stuck to my knees and it's like, hey, yeah, the water's not moving too fast. Hey, come on, just walk over to me real quick. So we talk about using PA and megaphones. We use them all the time because they're just, again, radios don't always work and you can talk to people a good distance. Reach, we've used ladders to basically get people off stranded vehicles. Works good, but it's considered a reach, right? We're not getting in the water. We're not getting ourselves exposed. We're over it. So we're wearing PFD, but we're not getting into the water. So you could use that application as a reach. This one, not so much. What's missing on the firefighter that's on the car that's upside down? No PFD, right? What's going to happen to that aerial if that car floats away with that ladder that's hooked up to it? That's going to get, probably it's going to collapse, right? It's going to tweak the ladder. It's going to go. So not a good thing to do. So throw. This is where we're going to be this afternoon. Just throwing the throw bags. You got your rescuer going down or your victim going down, and you're just going to throw the rope at them. So let's talk about throwing these bags for a minute. So this is where you got to position yourself. Where I see my victim coming, I'm going to throw the rope up to him because he's going to come down this way, right? Now, if I miss, that's my second throw is down below, right? So you need to time it with your water and how fast your water is going and where your rescuer is going. With the 75-foot throw bag, if you're got a good arm, pretty good, you can go about 50 feet. That's about the max you're going to be able to throw out to be kind of more or less accurate. So this is the bags we have. They're 75 feet, and they work great. They got a carabiner on there if you need to click something else, but I've got like 4 different style bags out there. Carl has another 3 or 4 different bags, so you guys would be able to use several different bags out there. Wade, we kind of throw this one in there as part of the reach or the throw, because proper equipment, water's not flowing that fast. We can walk across a road that's got 6 inches of water to get to that victim that's on the other side and walk them back, right? Just make sure you've got the proper equipment on. This, more of an advanced technique, right? We call it a wade also because we're just walking across this fast-moving water. But this would be the rescue operational level. Wading in water, again, that PPE, the hazmat, there's so much garbage floating in here and in here like that. It's just a mess. So just keep that in mind. So this was, the bottom one was us in 2017 in the floods in San Jose. When we got there, we had these 2 John boats, and we decided that, hey, we can just walk through. We had all dry suits on, and we can save the space in the John boats for the victims. We didn't need to put our folks in the boat with the motor. It wasn't deep enough yet. So this is when we were starting. As you can see where the water's up in these guys, it's probably hip level, works fine. Towards the end of this, we had to transition to the motors. The water got too deep. As soon as it gets to your life vest, you basically can't put your feet on the ground anymore because you start to get buoyant, right? And it's lifting you up. So you're just kind of doing like this little thing underneath the water. You're not going anywhere. 390 people we pulled out of here in about 6 hours or so. Again, you see this one person walking out, but we were going from house to house to house doing the searches. We learned some stuff from this. We didn't do markings. So we actually had to go back and do some stuff because there was other issues around this, but bottom line is we didn't follow a lot of steps and we learned from this. And just like you guys are getting equipment because of a reaction from what happened. We ended up getting some more equipment from this. So we didn't have enough. We had guys in dry suits, some guys in waders, and we had some really old equipment. I'm just showing you guys a little bit more, but this is also a row, but this is a boat out in fast-moving water, right? and then we have a rescuer going out, and then of course the helicopters. We always say go from the least complex, right, to the most complex. The least complex being what? Talk, right? The most complex being the helicopter. Well, somewhere in between though, the helicopter could be one of the least complexes, right? Because if you got somebody stranded out on the vehicle, water's moving fast, you can't put anybody in the water, you can't put a boat in the water. The helicopter is going to be your safest choice, right? Because they can just come down on top of the car or with a hoist or something and get them out. So even though we say this is like the last resort, sometimes it gets kicked up towards the front. Las Vegas, a few years ago, they have these flash floods that come through, and these guys tried to cross and basically stranded their engine out there, and then they had to get saved by their helicopter folks, which is their sheriff department. So how do you think that went? You think they had any issues or anything? No. The guy that's hanging, the firefighter, he's like this, right? Did you see him? He's like really, really stiff. Why do you think that is? Well, they put him in a cinch collar, right? Cinch collar just squeezes around your chest and it pulls up. I'm sure the guy, the helicopter guy, is going, do not let your arms go up, because if you let your arms go up, it's just going to slip. So he's like, I'm not moving, right? So this one is, they call it a rescue. I mean, they saved him. But the reason why I show this is because this can very much happen. You guys throw him a rope, he hangs onto the rope, but everybody is so tunnel vision on getting him out now that nobody's really paying attention to what's going on when he comes up and what happens. Ow! Smashed my hands, right? So nobody said stop, nobody said anything. He's back in the water. But the successful thing is they did have some downstream spotters and safeties there to help capture him, and then now they were able to get him to shore. But I show it because it's like you can't get too tunnel vision on. You get 10 guys pulling on this rope, he's coming up, nobody's going, wait, stop. And basically just crush his hands.
Go.
Yeah. This poor guy lost his pants and everything. Held on to that life vest that they threw him though, so that's good.
Yeah! Right on. Good job.
So develop a plan. That's what we're doing right now, right? Policies. Hey, we will not go in the water. We will not engage in the water. Shore-based only, right? Locate those trouble spots. You guys are getting some training right now, right? Maintain skill proficiency. The throw bag stuff that I'm going to show you today and we're going to practice this afternoon. Next week, you guys can go grab a couple of the throw bags and, hey, we're going to come out here and just practice a couple throws, because the first throw is easy because all the rope is in the bag. And you're basically holding on to one end and you're throwing the bag out and the rope's going with it. The second rope throw is the hard one, and you guys will see when you guys get out there. It's just, the rope's just going to be all blah, 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 and it's not going to go anywhere, right? Remember those steps, and then there's what they call the 15 absolutes of water rescue. I'll send Mark that document on the back of our action steps that I had. We've got these 15 on there, right? So it's kind of like the 10 firefighting rules, the stuff you're engaging with. So always wear a PFD, deploy spotters. What are our priorities? Me first, my crew second, the victim third. We didn't cause the problem, we're just here to fix it. Have a backup plan. If we can't get this person here at this location, where can we get him next or her next, right? Downstream safeties, keep it simple. Use the right equipment. This isn't, I know it's an awareness class, but people fall in. People slip. You're trying to pull somebody up. One of the things I want you guys to take away from this is that if you do fall in and there's fast moving water, do not put your feet down. Reason being is there's a lot of debris, a lot of rocks, a lot of stuff. You put your feet down and you're you saw that kid trying to stand up and you're tumbling, your foot's going to get stuck. You're not going to be able to get it out because now the water's going to be pushing on you and you're going to get stuck there. I mean, that's just the way it is. So what we say is you fall in, you have your life vest on, you kind of come up into a baby mode, curl up your feet, lay on your back, keep your feet up, try to keep them pointed downstream so you can bounce off of certain things. But it could happen. It could happen. Just do not put your feet down. Until you can get to a spot where there's no moving water, it's still, you know it's there, right? Don't count on the victim to help you because they're not going to. They're going to try to climb on top of you. They're going to try to do whatever they can. Never tie a rope around a rescuer. So this is that big one that we talked about, right? We have vests that are designed for that, for what we call a live bait swim. You tie a rope around somebody and you go, oh yeah, just go down there. That's one of the things. I don't know, because you guys are talking about putting somebody on a tether if they go down basically a low angle, right? We need to make sure that that tether does not allow them to reach the edge of the water, right? Because if you're on a harness and you're on that tether and you can fall into the water, now you've become an issue, right? So whatever system you guys are using, if you're on the hill to keep you from sliding down, make sure it does not reach the water's edge. Never tie a line across at that right angle, right? We talked about going straight across, always at a 45. When working from shore, always stand upstream of the rope. So when you guys are throwing your ropes, right, or you're working with ropes, water's going this way, the rope's always on this downstream side. Reason being is if somebody's over here and somebody's standing right here and I'm throwing a rope and that person catches it and now I'm holding on, what's going to happen? It's going to take out this person's legs or something, right? So if any ropes are using, you always want to be downstream of the ropes. Once you get contact with that victim, try not to lose contact with them, right? Don't wear your turn-outs or fire helmets, big no-no. And always be proactive, right? Secondary plan, third plan, fourth plan. That's all I got, Carl.
So you guys are going to have an opportunity to work with Paulo after lunch at a station, ask questions, engage. Paulo's super grateful for you being here. This is one of their rescue swimmers. Remember, he's at the technician level. So he'll answer those questions, but like I said, the focus here is to prepare you to be successful from a shore-based rescue at that awareness level. So Paulo Brito, you guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so right now they're doing a change out with getting ready for our next presenter. I'm going to introduce that presenter to you. Everyone that's presenting today has real life experience in these environments. And you got to hear from a recent event, Montecito event, and you're getting to hear best practice from Paulo Brito. What we use now, what you're actually getting. The gear that you're going to be shown today and the techniques you're going to be shown, this is equipment that you're going to be issued. You're going to be in an exceptional position to use this equipment to protect yourselves and affect or attempt to affect that rescue. Okay, so that's the great thing about it. But it's super important for everybody in this room and everybody that's watching that you have people that are watching right now all over Santa Cruz County, people in this room that have great past history knowledge of this county, and especially up in the mountains here. Every presentation you've heard all the way up to this point referred to that history, knowing what has happened in the past, knowing where those flows are, knowing where victims go in, knowing your district, knowing your area. So the next presenter, Kirk Stuparich, was here and involved in the Love Creek event. In 1982, we had an area-wide event, and when I say area-wide, it was a Northern California area-wide event where we had significant rain. And we had it to the point where we were in trouble, Ben Lomond was in trouble, Felton was in trouble, Santa Cruz was in trouble, Watsonville, Capitola, SoCal, everybody. So everyone was on their own for a long time. And it taught a lot about us. It taught a lot about the community. At that time, Kirk was not on the fire department, but he was vetted and approved to be part of a hand crew that went into Love Creek and worked with Ben Lomond Fire. Just like how we will vet certain resources to be a part of us as a force multiplier, that's what Kirk did in 1982. And after that, one of his motivating factors to become and be on the fire department was a member here at Boulder Creek Fire Department and proudly supported and served this group when you were out there on point during the CZU event. So this is someone that has served and is just going to tell from his perspective, hey, what they did, what was successful, what was not. And remember, that's a historical information, because some of the things he's going to share with you, you're going to see that, hey, this is still best practice. And there's some things, of course, that are different. So without further ado, you guys, Kirk Stuparich.
So as you can see, this is quite a few years ago. I was only 20 years old, standing at the corner when we found out that a mudslide came down through up Love Creek, but took out a whole road of woodland, which there was quite a few homes at the time. They asked for all hands, and anybody could hold a shovel, basically. There was no heavy equipment going in. It was all pickup trucks and walking, and we basically dug our way in, cut our way in, and climbed our way in. By the time we got to the actual site, we found that there was a 15-foot log jam that we had to climb just to get to the site. But once we got up on top, we realized it was a log dam because it was holding back a ton of water. So we couldn't do anything to even disturb that part of it. So every time we came out, we had to climb and climb that every time with our equipment and everything. We used a lot of plywood just to make a way to walk in. The soil up there was very loomy and sandy, so it was, you know, it was like quicksand. There was no way to walk on it while it was wet. We had to bridge it every way in to get into that. So we used a lot of ladders. We used a lot of plywood. And then again, they were talking about poles. We used a lot of broomsticks and stuff, anything we could find just to make sure we had ground underneath us. Most of the recovery of live people were already, what happened was they got blown out of their houses, and this was a valley, and they got blown across, so most of them had enough sense to go up the other side, and we found most of our people in trees. We didn't have many live recoveries inside the slide area at all. So my topic is going to be past experiences, safety issues, tools, psychological considerations for us particularly, and then rescue victims and how they feel once they're being pulled out. So I told my experiences, and then one of the main things for you guys when you're out there is all your senses need to be up and running. We talk about spidey senses from the Spider-Man movie. You really need to have those type of senses going. Anything from your feet, your hands, your eyes, your ears, your nose. You need to be able to use all those at the time. And really use the buddy system. That was another thing, is don't let anybody go too far away from their partner. You want to stay close, within hand's reach if something happens, if you slip or anything like that. We can go to the next slide. That's out of order. That was my experience. That's basically, we were out on the field. We worked in 3-hour shifts, then got pulled off, and then another truck would come in with other people in, and we'd just rotate through back and forth. It basically went on for us for about 7 days. Then we figured, they decided after about 7 days it was going to be a body recovery, and then the professionals came in with their dogs. We didn't have any dogs that were going to find live people at that time. That just wasn't around that we knew of. as everybody else in here, this was a very emotional, it's put a huge imprint on my mind. Once I had to even just write this, it brought up quite a few emotional issues for myself. So that's it pretty much in a nutshell for me on this part. Can we go to the next slide? Which we're going to be, well, that's all out of order. So now we're in safety. That's what I talked about, the spidey senses. The teamwork is going to be most important for you. Very, very important to be together. We talked about contamination of soils. That's just going to be huge. You get any of that dirty stuff into you in a bad wound or anything, like he said, it's going to go infection within 24 hours. You've got to be able to watch each other and getting cuts and staying clean and as much as possible. The dehydration, you already know how I am about dehydration, because I mean it. Take your electrolytes, drink lots of water. That's going to keep you running. Stay warm, layer, and keep that stuff off you as much as possible. And when you're close to it, keep your mouth shut. We did find that a lot of guys were keeping their mouth open, then it's getting splashed. So at least for us in that situation, because it was a very liquid and fluid situation, the ground is going to be moving underneath or on top. You may not see it, but you should be able to feel it. The log jams and the stuff themselves, they will, I don't know if they talk to you, but you will feel vibrations. And those vibrations are going to tell you if they get too strong, you're going to probably want to pull out, and to keep yourself safe. So, and I think that's and the dehydration part of it is move slow and methodical as possible, because this is going to be harder and longer than the fire, and the stuff you have to climb through is extremely strenuous on the body. So can we go to the next slide, please? Well, we already went through that. So the 2x4s we used as leverage. We didn't have a lot of fancy equipment that you have today. We basically used anything we could get from the hardware store. It was shovels, plywood, ladders that they had, and then sticks that we use for avalanche poking and to find people. And then again, the 2x4s that you can just put right in between the legs. Just put some leverage on it so you can get more people there if you need to pull people out, and that type of thing. Ropes. We didn't use much ropes at the point, not when we were doing our initial. Most of the professionals came in and did a lot of the roping, the rope systems after that. But any idea can be a good idea as long as it's safe. So everything we do is good. You're really going to be thinking outside the box and trying to figure out problems as you move through this. Can we go to the next slide? I think that's about what I have to say. All right. The mental aspect of the victims you will be rescuing. They're going to be numb. They're going to be totally confused depending on how long they've stayed in the mud and how long they've been trapped. Some will be able to talk to you even though it's going to be kind of incoherent because of them being cold. Some of them may be injured underneath the mud that you won't know until you try to pull them out. They may not even feel that they're injured. So in all those situations, and when you do especially pull out, try to communicate if they're able to communicate, and see if you can get more information on how they are. And then if we're lucky, and if the water lance works, we might be able to help you a little bit with breaking the suction. We've designed a little pipe that's going to be able to eject water. We can shove it into the mud, pump water into it, and try to liquefy it a little more so that you can break suction from harder packs. So if that works, we're going to give that a try in this situation to get, to hopefully help us out a little bit. The next slide's going to be, can you go to the next one, please? Okay, this is the stuff they were talking about earlier. This is what you need to ask yourself. Can you do this? Because a lot of the people, as we well know, that could be your family or friends. This is going to take a total mental, it's going to take everything you have to even get through this disaster if it happens in the way we think it might. There may be times that it becomes unsafe and they're your friends and family and you have to abandon them at that time because it's unsafe for you. Things are moving, you're going to have to leave and then maybe come back. So the mental aspect of this type of disaster is great and hard on us. Let's see, what else did I have to say? Pretty much as you're being in teams, as you broke out in teams, and as this goes on, this disaster goes on, watch yourselves, watch each other. The PTSD, the mental aspect of all this is going to be really, really heavy on you guys and on us. Like they were saying, we will be pulling possibly friends and family out, dead or alive or injured. And those pictures that you will be imprinted on your brain will change your life. There's no ifs, ands, or buts to that. Some of the people you will be digging out will be very interesting to you because they will be frozen in time at the moment they died. They could be sitting in a chair. They could be standing at a sink, depending on the type of mud flow it is and debris flow. When it's really loomy and moves fast like that, usually the victims are frozen in time because it's just so liquefied. You can't do anything, and those people are just stuck right where they're at. And that imprint alone, see, that for me, that's the biggest imprint, was the moment they died, this is what they were doing. And that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough, especially when it's family and friends. All right. So really watch each other. The after effects are going to be great. Can we go to the next one? I think we're just about done. So this is basically a quick overview of what we're talking about, what everybody's been talking about. And all I can say is God bless, and be safe, and let's do the best we can out there. I thank you. How'd I do? A little nervous. Okay. Thank you. I know. I should have looked at that. Nice. Very much an overview of what you guys talked about.
Kurt, thank you. Hey, sometimes that's it's not easy. I mean, now you know why it was important that you got to hear, from Kurt. Just like what Eric and Tim talked about, that extra challenge. We look at it as an extra challenge when we are, working from home. It's very different when we respond to somebody's event. It's different when it's your event. You guys, hey, for this part of it right now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the past and the present, kind of how we got here. And I'm going to go back and forth between lessons that we learned up, from 82 throughout our USAR history in the system. Fortunately, you guys, for me, this is where it all started for me, right here in Boulder Creek. This is home base for me. And this is, in 1982, this is where I was assigned as a volunteer. So this was home. And so the people that we were responding to were friends and family. I still have very dear friends that we never found in Love Creek and people that we dug out here. And so, you know, that really kind of shaped a lot for me in what direction I was going to go. But it really also inspired me to understand this, learn from these events, make new mistakes out there. And that's basically what we do. Is throughout the whole system, we're going to talk about our mistakes, the things that we've learned as we've gone to come up with this best practice. Your job out there is to not pay for real estate twice. Make a new mistake, but don't make the mistakes that we made as we have learned to get where we are and what we do. And for my responsibility, my current responsibility for working in the FEMA USAR system as a task force leader and working for the incident support team that manages those teams that come in to help local communities like this, you absolutely know that that is a tremendous responsibility I take seriously to make sure that you know, I am informed, I take advantage of these relationships, we connect with the people working for, and we serve those communities that we're asked to respond to. For this area right here, of course, this time it is personal. It is home. So it's I don't know what else to say. I had to say it. I just wanted to get that over with right away. The cool thing about the historical part to this, and this is a picture of 82. This is at the Loma Street Bridge. You know, our current best practices have been developed over time, experience, exposure, and the technology that's available to us. You know, all these safety practices have been developed from previous events and are constantly improving with understanding, knowledge, and skills. This is critical. This comes right out of Cal OSHA's language that if you're going to do a job, whatever it is that you're assigned, the responsibility is that you acquire that understanding, that knowledge, and the skills to be efficient and safe. You cannot be efficient in this game if you're not being safe, and you cannot be safe if you're not being efficient, you know? So this is a big deal. This area right here, and we'll talk a little bit about it throughout the presentation, you'll see Dick Gulamino was a captain at the time standing in the middle of that bridge. You'll see another picture of him that he's actually, after laying plank 2 ladders to help receive me and 2 elderly couples on the other side, this normal route of access was blocked. So the knowledge, right, of knowing how to gain another way around this came from your previous fire chief, Sam Rostelli, who's now one of your commissioners, that knew a trail to get above that ridge line as we hiked that to be able to rappel in to make access. But this is where your knowledge of the district, of where you've hunted and where you grew up and where you fished and where you're hiding from friends and family is going to be super critical, because this is what you leverage. This is absolutely what you leverage out there to know, hey, why are we going to slug through this if we have another way around? And then you make a decision, was that other way around the best way to bring an elderly couple, or to change the dynamics of the flow in front of you? Today, one of the other instructors you're going to work with, you've met all the instructors up to this point except for one, Battalion Chief Mike Titano, retired from Santa Cruz City, one of, just nationally, very squared away and recognized as a senior instructor that mentors other instructors in multiple rescue disciplines, was previously not just a paramedic, but also a paramedic instructor, and extensive background in hazmat, meaning an all-risk ability to look at a lot of different things. Mike's station in the afternoon is going to be how to play this game to get access. If we're going to work with what's out there, using the debris, using what's on the rig, using what's around you to create a pathway to be able to get what we call safe work access. So Mike, you'll be able to meet Mike this afternoon when we get out there. This is probably, you know, for me, I'm going to talk about what we knew at the time. You do the best that you know with what you have at that time. This opportunity today was to give you some of these really good nuggets to what? Do something different. The picture here is of us doing a body recovery, 2 bodies at Blue Ridge, and it was after a live rescue. So basically when the mud came through at this structure at Blue Ridge, there were 3 occupants in the house. The one female occupant was getting up from the couch, walking away from her brother and husband when the slide came through. When the slide came through, it literally pushed her out the bathroom window, where Sam and Jean medically did medical treatment and rescue to extricate her out of the area. And then, knowing the condition of this house, it was tagged for, we're going to get to this later, because we know that the people that are in there are not viable. We're still in rescue mode. So this is that decision you got to make. This is not easy decisions. We're going to walk away from this house because we feel that the profile of who is left in there, why are we going to commit these resources to that when we have people literally are screaming for help and things going around? So these are real tough decisions you make. This picture also, this is Scott Sorensen on the right that was like Kirk Stuparich. This was a force multiplier. He wasn't on the fire department at the time, but he was vetted as a local resident that we brought into the group wearing his ball cap and sweatshirt. Denny, who worked for the sheriff's office, has one of our, turnout boots on, who was there to assist with that. We were there to assist the sheriff's office with this recovery. Denny used to work at the Olympic gas station here in Boulder Creek on his days off. And the part to this was we are really close to our partners here. Just understand this. When we went through this event, there were a lot of people that on this department, even to this day, that work with the sheriff's office. They work with Highway Patrol. That worked with CDF back in the day, that were CAL FIRE, right? And the relationship we have with all the fire departments. You cannot do this efficiently if you don't have those relationships and if you don't maintain those relationships. If you don't plan together, if you don't train together, you're not going to perform well together. Failure is about mathematics. You have to take advantage of that. And sometimes you have to get around those pissing contests of who's in charge. I will tell you right now, in all the major events I've been involved in, you're going to need everybody. And the more you're on the same page, and especially the opportunity you have right now to do that, the better off you're going to be. We took advantage of these relationships. We cared for each other as we were our own. That meant we left nobody behind. We fed, we watered, we cared for everybody that was assigned to us, whether it was a civilian, whether it was an LEO, a law enforcement officer, a public works, a Caltrans, a Highway Patrol. We took care of everybody. That's the reputation. That's the history of this department. Everything what I've done since then in my involvement in the deployments I've gone out to, I learned from here, is that you take care of your people and all those assigned to you, and you will take care of business. But it's that priority first. And oh, by the way, this is Denny's outfit, and mine is turnout boots with a t-shirt and no helmet. In a collapsed structure, right, that you have chemical exposure, you have gases leaking from propane tanks, right? But this is what we knew at the time. You know what I mean? And this is what we wore. Much different today. Much different meaning this is what we have now. The clothing, the different levels of PPE. And understand this. We didn't know where those bodies were. We knew they were in the structure because the structure was somewhat mostly intact. So we were the human dogs. And we had no scent capability, right? So we started digging, very exhausting work. You talk about exhausting work. That's why Kirk talked about 3-hour shifts, because you work so hard, and in those kind of conditions, you don't last. You time out. And if you don't do this correctly and you waste your people, they're not ready for another rotation. This is super critical. And we have experience with that. But when you're in a disaster situation, how many hours did all of you work straight during the CZU event? And everybody that responded to that. Yeah, there was no timeout. So this is that part you got to be real careful about. This resource, if used correctly, you guys, this is the part that if you don't know how this works, you could do something out of order. We recon, we search, and we line out the jobs to do what? Rescue, and then we do our data collection and our mapping and our product to what? Do recovery later at that point. So the question was, how far away were we when we did this? The good thing was we had intel from the survivor to say what the floor plan was. So basically we made a game plan together of where we wanted to start. The victims actually were right here. So they were both on a couch. They got rolled up on the couch, so they were right next to each other. So that was actually easy. The bad part was when we started to try to put them in the coroner's bag, and we ripped and tore underneath one of the armpits. And that was a moment we will never forget, because let's put it this way, the atmosphere changed, okay? And some people had not a great reaction to those smells that we got. So these are those things, the equipment we're providing for you, is to protect you sometimes from a lot of different exposures, so you can what? Stay operational, stay effective. You guys, this is, like I said, I have the absolute honor to work with these K-9 teams, and ones from all over the country, and the work that I do in the deployments I've been exposed to. I could tell you this, the system has changed to where we have a really defined asset from live find and human remains. But remember, it's taken time to get there, and knowing the different capabilities is super critical important, because some dogs, and you heard how Eric alluded to it, if my dog's alerting, I have pretty high confidence that this is game on. You know what I mean? Because he has that kind of confidence and relationship with that. This is, in New York, you guys, we did not have any HR asset dogs at 9/11. And at Ground Zero, we had live find. We had one, Sonny, who's a Doberman Pinscher, that turned into a human remains, but learned it on the spot, meaning was so panicked when it was around all of this scent, found the largest piece of human that we found while we were there, 5 feet away from our forward brew was. You talked about walking by stuff. Sonny found human remains of one of our public service personnel right by us. We've been walking by it for a long time. Sonny defecated, had issues with being disturbed by this, and that's the tell, and that's how both Sonny's handler and we learned that Sonny became an HR dog by accident, not by on purpose. But the hard part, and these guys talked about it, because at that layer of what we were delayering the pile 9/11, those pieces were everywhere. And what happened was we were all depressed, our dogs were depressed, and so we did something on the spot to take care of our people. You talk about a tactical pause. We had our canines come up and say, hey, we're not doing too well emotionally because our dogs are depressed, because they're geared to what? Find, live, and be rewarded for that. Garrett's been a victim since he was very young, and he knows how to reward and what reward they give each dog for that. There was no reward. We were depressed. Remember, these were people we knew. These were people we worked with in Oklahoma City, that we were side by side with in Oklahoma City, that we knew and we lost. And so we did something almost by accident, is they asked for us to help them to do something to work with the canines. They said, well, let's do a drill at the Javits Center on our off shift to play hide and go seek down below. A game you're going to play this afternoon with Eric and Tim. And watching the dogs and our squads come back after getting a timeout to be successful and re-engage our dogs, I don't know who's happier, our squads or the dogs. But we made everybody cycle through, because we realized we needed that in the middle of the op, because we were all suffering a little bit. You guys, super important that you're going to base your actions on the strategic priorities, and that's going to be set from your command group, okay? The tabletop they were doing last night with their chief officers and their captains was focusing on those scenarios of dealing with these issues of protecting life. And just like you said, the priority of you, your crew, and the people you're going after. If you do that out of order, you are not doing this correctly. I know that's a tough one, especially as someone you know, but you have to stay in order of that, okay? Effecting rescue and assistance to survivors. Providing notifications and gathering information data. This will be one of the most critical things that you do to leave the correct breadcrumb trail of what you saw, what you found. And all of you in here that use Disaster Surveyor to map your entire district in a day, that'll be the data that'll be incredibly valuable to come and give further information. So when a division group soup comes in here, or a strike team leader, or if Nate comes in, or Armstrong is going to take a group up with Cal Fire this area, you could show them, give a mapping product, you could show them that data, right? So you're reducing the exposure and the risk by having somebody duplicate work that's already been done, but we didn't document it carefully. So super, super critical. Scene control as required to isolate non-emergency and emergency personnel not involved in the rescue. That little video that Paulo showed you of that water rescue with a firefighter turnouts, and you saw people that just wanted to see what was going on. They really couldn't get hands on them, but all these people kind of came into it. Eric and Tim talked about that global view, having people there that can watch, because when you're there in the event, you're focused on the event. Who's looking out for you? Because your head is and eyes are deep down into that. So this is the part you have to be prepared for, is waiting until things stabilize, and that's not going to be easy. In 1982, when this hit, it hit us hard at night. Okay, it built up, but it blew up at night, and we hear, when you hear half a mountain go and trees snapping like toothpicks left and right, it is a very humbling feeling. And you also know people are trapped, you know people in trouble, but you know that you can't just engage how you normally engage. You have to. This is a hard thing to be super careful with your actions. Know that after things subside, your actions will include, remember, search, first of all, recon, what's going on out in the district. You're going to then be searching of what recon tells you, and then rescue those trapped. If you do one thing out of order, you are wasting energy, time, efficiency, and exposing yourself unnecessarily to risks because you're doing out of order. If I could fly an area, a large slide like Love Creek with a drone, and determine that kind of profile of the debris and what is left of the structures or not, and not even send, if I could use that technology to not just protect my people, but my canines. Why on earth do I want to send a canine out in an environment like that when I can have a drone say, no, not right now. It's still moving, right? So there's another level of technology that we're just scratching the surface on to protect. And know this right now, our canines and our canine handlers are they are team members. And we care for them, we care for our canines, just like we care any human being. But if you don't know how to support them and take care of them, we lose that resource, because we've had canines, and they'll talk about the hazards associated, eat poison by accident, get impaled by sharp objects, and go right out windows. And so when you're put out in position as spotters, you have that obligation to protect them just like you're protecting your partner on the rig. And they'll go over those things out there. Hey, we've gone over and over again, but I will tell you this right now, in 82 here, this was real. We were driving trucks and rigs over 6 inches of muddy water. We call it, you know what I mean, the Willy Wonka River out there, and we couldn't tell if the road was okay or not. In Irwin Way, we got rigs trapped on the other side because it was blocked south down by the bridge, and to get our rigs back, we had to go to Scarborough and get 4x12s and literally plank over where we had a sinkhole that was going in the river, and we had to do it quickly because within 30 minutes after that, that whole thing was gone. And then it was a decision where we looking in hindsight, maybe we should have just sheltered in place and not gone over. But these are the real events you're going to have to deal with, because we don't want the resources are out there. All the resources on the CZU did an incredible job of not creating an incident with an incident. Engaged in a way that we could focus on the event, but as soon as one of you gets in trouble, as soon as one of you gets hurt or trapped or a rig, that focus, everything changes. Not just the focus of the event on where priorities go and equipment goes, but now much harder to deal with the event. You're already dealing with the public, you know. You want to challenge yourself with, now you're going after one of your own. You're one of your family members here that you grew up with, that you work with. That's even a bigger challenge. That's why you don't even want to go there, okay? So what's in the debris flow? What's in the mud? This was a nice discussion I had with Mike as I was putting together the slide presentation, and we didn't know where to start or stop with a slide presentation, so we just figured try to give you some of these nuggets. And Mike, we just kind of broke it down in these pieces to say there's some things that are natural. Mike says just put natural. It'll cover all of the things that are natural from the earth and rocks and trees and that. Natural meaning it's the earth, it's ash, it's things like that. Chemicals, lots of chemicals, okay? But the problem is it's not going to be as defined if you respond to the gas station, you got gasoline all over the ground. That gasoline is traveled now, and where is it? Is it on top of the mud, or is it down below, right? All over the place. You're going to have tons of household chemicals, industry chemicals. Consider where you are performing your ops. What kind of neighborhood are you in? We were in Katrina, and the samples we took in Hurricane Matthew, holy cow. Some of the stuff we tested later was like really bad over here, and lethal over here. But we couldn't tell that. So we had to kind of protect ourselves, assuming it was the worst level, okay? And our PPE had to match that. Biologicals, electrical, this is going to be a big deal. Is it energized? Is it not? Is it getting backfed from a generator? Your tack sticks, do they have a limitation? AC tack stick, what does the AC stand for? What does it detect? What does it not detect? This is important about knowing your equipment, okay? Building materials. Building materials are what going to get you, because that's all that churn. It's like literally putting it through the blender, and now you're trying to navigate, and this is where if you get cut, you get that nail through the boot, you don't have something to protect you in that shank, you're now ineffective. You're out of the game. So you got to be aware of the fact that that stuff poses that risk to you as you're working around in that. And vehicles. You're going to get vehicles wrapped up in there. Now, that's good and bad. There's hazards associated with that, but also, too, that could be viable void spaces within some of that debris flow depending on the condition of that vehicle. Remember, these washouts that come through the road have been known to take those vehicles and push them where? Where's down the hill? River, the creek. Now you have a swift water event, right? Are they still in the mud? Are they still up here? Fort Funston and the assets we sent up there taught us something really important about scent that we always ask that question when we were training is how soon does that change, right? But they still did not know, did the body get pushed out to the river? Did the body get pushed out to the sea? The two people that were never found in Montecito, the assumption right now is they got what? Pushed out to sea because it went all the way down the ocean. We don't know 100% for sure, but that was most likely where they couldn't find them. And also, all the people that were missing that were recoveries we were able to find, but that was with really good detective work when crews would take and map to say, hey, we're getting remnants from 112 or Elm Street 2 miles down, and so why are we focusing our search up here? Let's realign the neighborhood. So the mapping they did is what organized the search priorities so that they could not waste time covering ground. They said, look, we're not even going to go from between A and B. We're going right to point B because we're finding remnants of that neighborhood right there. So this is important. When you recognize that, you're going to put that on what? Your disaster surveyor as that record that we're saying this part of Acorn, this address we're finding down now on Big Basin Highway. You know what I mean? Down by Brackenbray. Okay? You guys, we talk about the evolution of our PPE, okay? The picture on the left is what we were wearing in Katrina. Because at the time, the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue System was not a water operation, was not part of the CONOPS. Concept of operation for the USAR system didn't include water rescue. I could tell you after Katrina, it was a big part of what we do. So we had to improvise on what we wore. A lot of things we had low water, high water. High water was the chest waders. Low water were the hip boots. You're seeing the same kind of APRs you're going to wear. All of you are going to see what you're getting issued out. You're going to get a Sunstrom APR half mask with a P100 with pre-filters. That was a really good lesson we learned from 9/11. For all of us, we're going to lose a lot more people from their exposure to ground zero than we lost on that day because of the respiratory exposure. So from those mistakes we made there, we used that. We were much better in Katrina about going into these buildings. We made entry by having that because of the mold, the spores, the fungus, the bacteria. These homes were decomposing as we were doing this work when we were out there because of the heat conditions and how bottled up they were. The probes were super valuable because there were thousands of person hole openings that were opened. And we had two of our members, as they were walking and probing, whoom, the probe hit that. Even with a PFD down, when the water was receding, we knew that if they didn't do that, even with a PFD and with that negative flow, they would have got sucked right down in there. So the whole idea is that was improvised on the spot. They took pieces of PVC pipe and cut up, broomsticks, just like Kirk talked about, anything to probe and march and go. Picture on the right, Hurricane Matthew. This is in the town of Lumberton. When we got on scene, 1,200 people were trapped because when the dam released, it basically trapped them in their neighborhoods. Kirk talked about that dam. Remember, some of our things we worried about is what is going on upstream. Is there a dam upstream? When this dam let go, it trapped all these people. So they didn't have even a chance to evacuate, not knowing that this was a problem upstream from them. So this is going to be critical information. The difference now in what you're going to see is from the PPE from the left to the right is the highest level that you're going to be exposed to, you're going to have available to you here are dry suits and PFDs and all risk helmets. Okay, you can go up to that level, and we're going to show you all the levels in between. But from a contaminated environment standpoint, from the water, from the hypothermia, from a lot of those risks, that is now what we've established best practice. But remember that we've evolved to that over time, you guys. And so the decisions you're going to make on what to wear, the nice thing is you're going to have an assortment to choose from. The key part is to choose correctly. Okay. This is a big deal. Both USA 2 and actually at USA 1 I was working with in my assignment in Puerto Rico for both Irma and Maria. When we were flying out, most of everything we had to access was from air ops. And when we were getting into these neighborhoods that had, like us, Mark mentioned it, that we're like a rainforest up here. Well, same thing. There was parts of Puerto Rico that in the mountainous areas were getting dumped on, but down lower, right, we're not. And they were experiencing major flash flood where it's sunny here and here comes the water because it is dumping up above. So whenever we did stream crossings like we have right now, one of our assets from Virginia One's team on the other side, that we have spotters upstream because we want to know. And then distance-wise, you got to calculate out how far are they upstream. And if they radio to me, say, get out or move away, does that give you enough time to get out and move away? So we don't do this work without having those spotters if there's those potentials. And sure enough, upstream, we had huge, not person-made dams. They were natural dams that happened after the events came through, holding back tons of water and debris ready to let go. The potential was there. You guys, the electrical issue is a big deal. This is easy in the sense that I could see it. But what if it's wrapped in the mud? This crew right now that's doing a recon of a neighborhood is doing a recon. They're not going out without a tack stick, a hot stick. And so they're going out to recon, and this was one of their primary tools because you look at, this is what it all looked like out there. What are you going to do when that wire's wrapped in the mud? Will it conduct electricity if it's fed in there? Yeah, depending on that moisture, right? That moisture content. But this is that part that you got to really be aware of, but it could be hidden. It could be wrapped up in those trees and in that debris. You might not see it as easy as this. Do not depend on your visual senses to tell you what's going on, or your smell. You know, this is where technology helps you. Tack sticks, thermal imagers. Is it grounding? Is it sending a heat signature? What's my pyrometer saying? Hey, they say the power's off, but my pyrometer on the thermal imager is what? Going up. Something's not matching up here. So your gas monitors, your thermal imagers, your tack sticks, this is technology. They could save your canines. It could save your people if you choose to use it. But the problem is your training sets you up for failure sometimes because I only use my thermal imager in interior structure firefighting. We use our operations all the time. Meaning that we depend on those senses. In Katrina, when we had a giant methane leak coming in from under the water, and one group thought it was air being released from a void space in a grocery store that they thought people might be trapped. And one of our wonderful Santa Clara County hazmat specialists that was on the thermal imager looks at it and sees this cloud and then gets gas detection out there. It was methane. Now, normally methane's got what in it to give you an idea that it's there if it's manufactured? Mercaptan. Natural methane that comes from the soil does not have that emits from underground, right? But this methane that had mercaptan in it, as it was coming through the water, got scrubbed. So when it was coming out and all those boats were driving around with those motors, they were driving through a cloud of LEL the whole time. But they couldn't smell it. So don't trust your senses. Can the mercaptan get scrubbed out of the mud? Yeah, absolutely. Same thing with propane. Okay? You guys, this information, Paulo right away when he saw this, he said, hey, I want to get that. Paulo, we're really good at sharing information. And this is the part that's really cool is when we were putting together this curriculum, there wasn't a curriculum for this, but we took people that we know and we've worked with in our own experiences. And one, Dave Norman, that Eric works with, who works with LA County and USA 2, great background, great experience. I work with Dave. I have the pleasure of working with him and the privilege working on the safety unit for the feds for the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Program. Dave is a safety officer with extensive experience. He's the one that sent me this, and this rings true to a lot of what we do. If you stick to this, this will help you in a lot of what we do. And I'm just going to read it to you. Mud and debris flow behavior. Number one, keep informed on weather conditions and forecasts. Rain of 1/4 inch or more per hour can trigger mud and debris flows, especially in recently burned areas. And have appropriate PPE on your rig at all times. You might think you're going out for a quick call, and you might not come back for 36 hours. Have what you need with you. The event will ramp up quickly. You might not get back to the station. Number two, know what is happening uphill, upslope, up canyon at all times, and be prepared for operational retreat and rapid intervention. If you're really good at this, you have a work plan and you have a contingency plan. That's one of our primary responsibilities we make on all our div group soups that are out there. They ensure that all assets that are under their responsibility have a, not for show, but for a contingency plan to what? Engage and go after people that are in trouble. Okay, super important. A realistic plan. Okay? Approach the scene cautiously. Consider staging resources in safe locations until you determine the situation and base all actions on your observations of conditions and current expected weather. You've heard that the whole time in this presentation. You guys, we don't do this too well. We're so used to rushing to the scene and getting there quick. Lights and siren. This is not one of those events. This is where this really good assessment and a cautious approach can maybe put the brakes on and say, hey, you know what? I got too much coming down this road. I want to take higher ground right now. I know a road that gets us around that. I don't want to try to go upstream. Okay? This is because if you don't do this and you miss that and your rig hits this and you haven't assessed that because you're moving too quickly, you might miss the fact that that blacktop is so well undermined that now you're going into the river with your rig and your crew because you were in a hurry to get to somewhere. Because believe me, you will want to be in a hurry when you're hearing that you got an infant trapped and people screaming and we're not going to make it. And just remember, that's going to be the bait. You got to be prepared. That's part of it. This is part of our job. And you're going to have to separate that objectively. This is super important. This is 82. And when this part of the road washed out, okay, we lost south of Highway 9. So this area there, we see that nice barricade. Be prepared. These are traditionally areas when they got saturated, this is where they went. Not only did we lose the roadway, but we also lost gas, we lost water, we lost comms. So our basic communication on telephone, because we weren't big cell phone users back then in 82, okay? We lost our phone. Oh, wow. So now people couldn't call 911. Now we had to go out in the district to what? Recon. Are you okay? We have a thing called hasty search. We came up with a thing called neighborhood hasty search. We check with the person in the neighborhood. Here's the mayor of the neighborhood for Ty's neighborhood. Ty, is everything okay in your neighborhood? Yeah, we got it. Boom. On our way to the next one. Okay? Number 4, identify safety ingress. Remember, we always talk about egress. You're thinking about ingress as well as egress, escape routes, safety zones, and make them known. You guys, this is just a matter of, look at how the water flowed through the houses. Look how water followed the roadways. It could just be that we're dealing with an extrication right there in the car, and we just say, look, safety zone right now is up this embankment to the plateau. It's 10 feet away. Look at the difference between how that flowed. 10 feet for some people meant life or death in 82 here, just where they were standing. So identify that ahead of time, because when it happens, if you don't do that, and your crew hears it, what does the crew do if they don't have the plan? They go where? Yes. Versus if something goes south, or just for the crew that just went through their faller's class for their S212, okay? Did you not have some of those cutting and some of those spotting? And you both had an escape route, right? Number 1. So, number 5, okay? Post lookouts upstream, up canyon during emergency operations with multiple means of communication. Whistles, air horns, ratio, okay? It's French for radio, okay? That was one thing that Chief Bingham was adamant about. I want a whistle in their gear bag. And not just a whistle like the sports whistle, but a water whistle. So if water gets in there, it's on shh, shh, shh. Even with water in it, it could be heard, right? Number 6, be alert, keep calm, think clearly, act decisively. Yeah, easier said than done. Okay? Let's be honest for a second. When all this is going on, everything in the world is wanting you to do something else. The world is going away. Slides are coming down. It's like everything's burning at once. And yet that's the test of you is when it's not going well. That's when you have to do this even more. When your emotions want you to not do this, this is the moment you absolutely have to do this. Remember, we're there to not change what's happened, and sometimes we can't change the outcome of the people that are there, but we are there to make things better by, number 1, protecting us, and then engaging with taking care of people in that order. This event in '82, at least for me, extra challenging in the sense that when this came through, there was an elderly couple on the other side of Loma Street Bridge that were trapped. And at this point, when this was going on, we were already, this was before it really blew out. This slide actually happened, the slide itself, before it really got bad. We were super saturated, and then during nighttime, this is after a week of rain, and we already had one fatal up here in Boulder Creek, we got approximately 21 inches in a 24-hour period. And that's why from Aptos, from Branson 40, there wasn't any district out there that didn't suffer from what had happened during that thing. So we were on our own. And to access this couple and to get them out the next day, the hard thing was that there's a road as you go through and you take a right, and you're on the other side of Loma Street Bridge, and it goes up that hill. Jay Baker and Pat DeFreitas were up there in a pickup. They were nosed in when they heard the snapping, and they heard it, and they had already been on a couple of calls earlier that day. They knew when they hear that means something's coming down the hill. Pat started running. Jay threw it in reverse, and they yelled at a citizen to get out of there now as they were backing out quickly, and the slide took him in the river. And there was Pat and Jay that literally, there was still mud on Jay's hood as it came down the hill. Now, that's how close, a World War II veteran, okay? Jay just said, hey, I didn't feel good being there, so he trusted his instincts, but he was nosed in. Consider your positioning of your vehicles. If it goes south, are you backing up? Are you backing out? Or are you pointing out where you can punch it, right? So this is part of that positioning and planning when it comes to those safety orders, right? Be very, very careful about that. I will talk to this here in a second right before we finish up. But number 7, maintain prompt communications with your resources, your supervisor, and adjoining resources. That's great unless you're on the other side of the river and you have a portable and that portable dies. And they can't talk to you and you can't talk to them. And that was what happened to me at night. So when the next slide came and I was in that house, they thought I was gone with the couple. That was a lot of anxiety for everybody that was here, as well as for me, because I knew they couldn't tell if I was all right. And I was at nighttime by that time. Plus, to them, my family didn't know, because my family knew I was stuck on the other side of the bridge now. And not knowing what the prognosis was, it didn't sound too good because we lost comms. Comms are everything. You lose comms, you lose information, right? So if you're going to spike out, you're going to have that portable. Everyone knows it's like when that portable gets low battery and you are a long way from that rig. You got a spare with you? You got a crew member with another radio? Remember, if we're paired up, turn your radio off. That's the backup if I'm right next to you, unless we split apart. So that's my reserve battery. You know what I mean? Think about those things because we're so used to what? Throwing it right back in the charger. You guys got to get in the mindset that you might not get back to the rig. You might not get back that night. I didn't get back till the next day, until they ended up laying the plank, okay? You guys, super important, give clear instructions, ensure they're understood. I will tell you this from the crews that I got to witness, what I witnessed of you and how you behaved, and with CAL FIRE units and with Santa Cruz County units around here that came up here during some intense firefighting operations, you did that. You just got to do it in the USAR environment as well. Do not go on an assignment if we're not clear what that assignment is. You want to make sure before we commit that we are on the same page. If that means I got to take a moment to go, let me do a face-to-face, do that before you commit, okay? Maintain control of your resources at all time. That includes accountability. I should be able to go up to any branch or any div group soup, anyone running a single resource event, and say, where are your people? Where are your people and what are they doing? Remember, don't be out there if you don't know 2 things. Who do you answer to and who are you responsible for? And of course, the third thing is, what's your objective? What are you doing out here? Or should you even be here out here long? Why are we even out here? Okay? Super important. You guys, if you've dealt through 1 through 9, if you've considered 1 through 9, then number 10, engage in life-saving operations intelligently, having provided for safety first. You're going to hear a lot of information from a lot of people that will say, don't engage. Engage. Use your risk management model. Assess that risk, mitigate those things, wear the appropriate PPE, follow that, and take action if we can do that. That's what we do. But do that responsibly. Remember, this is a business, right? We're in the business of responding to these events, okay? This is, for all of us in here, this is actually a picture of Chief Bingham's kids feeding some law enforcement officers during the CZU event, feeding some of the CAL FIRE units, feeding Santa Cruz County units, feeding everybody in here, okay? Taking care of those that take care of us. I could tell you this, I didn't realize the impact until we drove out there to deliver food, that people that are away from their families this long literally broke down when they saw these kids. It was like when we bring the dogs out, you know what I mean? Dogs and kids, heal the soul, right? That was a big, big part of that. And I tell you right now, it was really important. And this is the part for your well-being is tied to your family's well-being. This is the part you got to remember when we're dealing with this, that if your family is educated and informed on what you do and what can happen out there, and you do that with them, there's a better chance that they're going to have less anxiety and they're going to be able to be okay, so we could be doing what we're doing out there. Because that's going to be a huge challenge, you guys. That's the part that I will tell you right now is not going to be easy. What's different about this event coming up than what happened at CZU, we are able to get all of our families out. Remember the relief we all felt knowing our loved ones were where? Gone. In '82, that was not the story. My loved ones, I was separated. They didn't know if they thought I was gone, and I thought something had happened to them. They were down at the firehouse working at Ben Lomond, thank God, but I didn't know that, and they didn't know where I was. And so this part of it, you guys, is super important. Prepare your families. Educate them. Get them ready for this so that you can make those decisions of, do you go together? Do you stay? Do they go? Are they safe where they're at? Because if they're not safe, if they're not okay, you're not going to be able to work here. I'll tell you that right now. There'll be too much stress on you. And believe me, I understand that. It's super important. A lot of my deployments throughout the history of what I've had to do for the USAR system and then what I've had to be here as a first responder, there's a huge difference. A huge difference of being at home when it hits you and going to someone else's event. Your family's kind of prepared, help me pack your bags, okay, go, but your family's safe. They're not going to that event. Here, they're here with you. So this is that part of making sure they're prepared, making sure they're okay. I was with some of you as we were saying goodbye to our families. It was not an easy moment because we had seconds, because we were in the middle of this event, right? It's too late then to do hey, can you pay the mortgage? So we're not like, I'm the only one that signs the checks, or all these things that come in your head about these last second things that I didn't do. Just make sure your house is in order, and I promise you, you'll have less anxiety working knowing they're okay. You'll be able to focus on what's up in front of you. And for this part of you guys, the last part before I give it to Chief Bingham, because I'm right on time, and I know there's people betting on me right now that I'll go overtime. I know right now you're going to lose that bet, okay? I'm right on time. But this part of it, you guys just know that dealing with your own, let's put it this way. When we were doing critical incident stress debriefing from Oklahoma City bombing, I was talking about 82 mudslides, and they were thinking Carl's really lost it. There was no mud in Oklahoma City because we didn't know how to deal with those things then. But we've learned so much since then that understand this. Whatever your obstacle is, especially if it's a bad call, it's like getting around a boulder or getting into a vehicle. You need to learn skills to learn how to navigate around those obstacles, whether physical or mental or emotional. That's the whole point of going to people that can help you. I got great tools from counselors that worked with us so that I could learn that so I could live somewhat of a normal life, right? This is how dysfunctional it is. I have a rescue company, right? This is how bad off I got. I'll fix me, okay? But this is that part that you do that. And if you take your vehicle to get serviced, why wouldn't you take yourself or your soul? There's no difference. So if you really want to be good at this business, you take care of yourself, you take care of your family. You are mentally, physically engaged and prepared to take action and do this knowing it's okay. If you want to If there wants something left you at the end of it, you have to do this. And you got to do it along the way. You're not going to do it later. Later, what Eric talked about, that backpack gets too heavy. And then it makes you ineffective. So for us, a lot of us that do training, we do training because it's a way to heal us. We can't change what we saw or what we've done, but we sure can share that with those that are out there. So this afternoon, you guys, we're going to go. We have a great schedule for you. I'm going to hand the mic over to Chief Bingham. He's going to close up and give you the schedule for the rest of the day. Chief Bingham.
Thank you, Carl. I'll remember to take my mask off this time. Thank you. I have a few thank yous, but first I want to say how humbled I am to be standing in front of you guys. Those of you that are on the video camera there watching remotely, and those of you that are here in this room, the instructors have come here to help us. Super humbled. You guys are my heroes, and it's a huge blessing to be standing in front of you and be standing with you. Now I want to thank some of the instructors that have come and traveled. I know you've heard it a few times, but you haven't just traveled here today. You've been on the phone with us constantly over the last several weeks or months. We've been passing emails back and forth. I could put one of your names in my search box and probably have 50 emails. Thank you for all that time, and thank your family and your agencies for giving you that time. It's really been helpful. The participating agencies of Santa Cruz County have been very active in the pre-planning for what might come this winter, from early on during the CZU incident when it was still going on to immediately after, wrapping our minds around what we might be dealing with, and all the agencies are all in, and everyone's been doing a good job of communicating, working on plans, and getting ready for what we might have to deal with. So I thank all those agencies, including law enforcement, who we're not used to working with, but we've been building a good relationship with. We're going to continue at Boulder Creek Fire to share good intel. As much intel as we can get, we'll share it. Any resources we have, we'll share it with all agencies that come. And any after the fact that want to hear our after action reviews. As projects get completed, you've heard about several of them throughout the day that we're working on. We're going to share that information. As soon as those loops get tied together, we'll give it out. If anybody wants any additional information, like a link of the recorded video from today, please let me know. Your agency heads or individually, you can reach out to get a hold of me, or through Lean Associates and Carl, and we'll make sure you have the information. The more people that see this, the better prepared we'll be when we respond. And just remember that too. If you're responding, you're making positive impacts. So everybody who comes here, everybody who is here, you're making a positive impact. No matter what happens, you made a positive impact. Our number one goal is to return home to our families. Never forget that. We'll see you soon. Be safe. Stay ready.
You guys, we're